feeling something for you. Maybe it's getting stronger, but you never know, never know. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the one, 'cause I really need you, baby, love me. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the when. I don't wanna say goodbye. Sometimes I wanna run away, 'cause I can hear it from me. But you never know, never know.
So we agreed you're going to network and tell me who you've met. Didn't we? Hello, hello. So those 3 tables at the back, tusonge mbele. Come and find a seat up here and take it over. Colonize the tables, colonize the chairs. Those 3 tables. Come, yes. Come and find space out here. You know when people are watching from YouTube, they're wondering, Kwani, what's wrong with those seats at the front? Those tables at the front. All right, come on. So we had an agreement. You were to go and socialize and find out who you met. So, any volunteers? Did you meet somebody? Did you meet an organization? Did you meet an entrepreneur who just blew your mind? Yeah? Okay, there's a lady here. You can give her a mic. Yes.
So I was at this table where I met 2 gentlemen who happened to be in the same sector, agriculture, Joshua and Alex. And I think in the case of Alex, I like how strategic he is in terms of thinking about the application. So you just don't go in, you also try to align it to the work that you do. In the case of Joshua, it was also interesting to just kind of learn about how they are tackling post-harvest losses as a company. And of course, I would want to wish him the best as he prepares for his application this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. She did the homework. Give honor where it's due. Thank you very much. Maybe, who is Joshua? Oh, awesome. And who is the other one? Alex? Alex? Who is Alex? There, and Joshua? Very nice to meet you. We wish you the very best as you prepare for this. Somebody else, another taker. Yes, sir. Mike over there.
Morning, everybody. Morning. Oscar is my name. I recycle waste plastic into construction material, and I had an opportunity to meet a number of people. I've met on my side. I've met Patricia Omondi. I've met Lucy, seated on my side, who runs the school, and I've also met. What do you call her, Dina Jembe, on the other side. And it's a pleasure to meet each and every one of you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see some really cool things on your table. What's going on over there?
Yeah, we recycle garbage into, we've already come up with a solar tile.
Wow.
And we've also come up with an ordinary tile, but we are into the business of recycle waste plastic into construction material that we deem affordable to Africans. We are in Kenya and we are in Somalia, Mogadishu.
Let's give him a round of applause, you guys. That is amazing, amazing work. Last taker, volunteer. Who have you met? Give her a mic.
Good morning again. I was able to meet, hopefully I'm pronouncing correct, Wesley, Mustafa, and Somaya from Shabek? Chapadon. And of course, I've met Dr. Oscar, Green Pavers. And I also met Franco, Henry Housing, Hen Housing, and Vanessa, youth scientists.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Patricia. Let's give her a round of applause. She named how many people? You didn't even meet one. There's no evidence. You didn't put your hand up. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. For me, I met someone called Waziri. For Kenyans, we know that if we say Waziri, Waziri is cabinet secretary, is a minister, is a direct translation of the word minister. So I'm like, your parents set you up for success. They called you Waziri. So half the time Waziri, he's telling me people don't even believe it's his name. And he has an amazing innovation that has actually been mentored by Nakuru Box, who will be coming to talk to us shortly. So Waziri, karibu, and let's continue with the good work. Karibu is welcome. I'd like to switch over our focus. We were not able to have a success story told in the building. We watched some nice videos. And I want to challenge us, no hating, no nothing. But I noticed that those videos, all the founders were white. And a lot of funding that is coming into Africa, may it be philanthropic, may it be venture, has a lot of white founders, right? And that's how the setup is, it's true. But we are here to change that, aren't we? Yeah? So get your decks right so that we change that narrative, because we need to start bringing in money that is staying here in our continent. Is that true? So next time, Jembe, we should see black founders on those videos. Thank you very much. And the white founders are here to help us get there, but let's create that more awareness here. We have another success story in the house, and this success story is a previous winner, right, of the prize, and her name is Sandra Karengi. My digital gadgets are not working. They're working now. So who is Sandra, or Sarah? Sorry, I keep calling her Sandra. Sarah Karengi. She's an entrepreneur, a networker, an author, and a speaker. She's actually a global award winner. She's an entrepreneur with multi-industry interests and vast experience in building and construction, real estate, business networking, and speaking. She's currently the CEO of Summer Holdings Limited, Miles Ahead Investments Limited, and Global Networks Investments. She has served in various leadership positions, including director in charge of hospitality at the United Kenya Club. She's a director consultant at BNI, amazing network, doing amazing things for entrepreneurs in Kenya, and also served as President BNI, Mavuno Chapter, and the National Chairman or Chairperson for Global Business Roundtable. She's also a member of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Women in Business, and Dubai Business Women Council, an initiative of the Dubai Chamber. Strong. Help me welcome her with a very, very warm round of applause. Karibu sana, Sarah.
Said good afternoon or good morning. Thank you very much. I'm very privileged to be in your midst. As I have been introduced, that is who I am. But my joy is when I empower, I grow people through my talks, through my experiences. And yes, as you can see, I think most of you are my children. I'm not young. Yes, but I am young here. Yes, when it comes to technology, yes. When they say age is just but a number, I believe that is it. I really push myself, and most of my friends are young people. I've learned a lot from people like you, and they have made me to scale high. I was just interviewed here, and the interviewers were asking me about scalability. So young people have helped me to scale high. Technology has helped me to scale high. And one time when I was learning about public speaking, we were told there are two things that will change your life: the people that you meet and the books that you read. And he encouraged us to write books, and that is why I wrote my books. And that is the first book I wrote was this one, The Story of My Life. And then I wrote another one because I'm very passionate about networking. This is what success business networkers do. And the other book here. You can imagine I went all the way to America to look for somebody who is the founder of Business Network International, and he made me a co-author in this book. So it means in business we really have to push ourselves high, and not just to stay in one position. So because of time, allow me just to start how I started. And this is not my slide. Excuse me. Okay. Oh yes, sorry. Thanks for helping me. Yeah, so I would like to say that it's not me who really started the businesses. My late husband used to be an architect and contractor, and then we struggled when we were young. We were not given any money by parents, many years back. These days, we assist our children with money to start maybe business, and maybe we also share with the ideas. So he struggled a lot, but I thank God for my late husband. And also, problems are good because they help you to think. They help you to start feeling uncomfortable, and you look for a place where you can be comfortable. So that's why innovation is very good. So in 1994, this is our water business. It's called Sarma Water Aquifer Limited. Now, in 1994, or before 1994, after my graduation, which was in 1985, I was living somewhere in Kiambu Town, near Kiambu Town, in a coffee farm, in a very small house, a one-bedroom house, very small. We struggled, we worked hard. Then we moved to our house where my husband had put up a house. So we moved in there. There was no water. There was no electricity. There were no people. Actually, I think we were only 3 people within that area. It's Membley Estate. Maybe some of you know the place. And when we were there, my husband used to tell me that now, we have just to stay here. So I was telling, can't you move and go to a place where there's water? He said, we can't move. Let's see what we can do. We stayed on. We moved there in 1994. And then, of course, there used to be very many thugs coming to attack us, but we still persisted and God helped us. Then after that, I started feeling, because it's me, of course, women in most cases are the ones who struggle. They know what the children have to eat. They know they have to clean their homes. They have to make sure that clothes are cleaned and all that. I started feeling very uncomfortable. And you can imagine I always used to go somewhere on Thika Road to fetch water in my small car. And the car was breaking down every time. So I would go and then I would wonder, now what am I going to do? So I would try to ask people to give me lift to take water to my house using their pickup. So I would leave my car, abandon my car. So those problems are the ones that made me to think, until when will you continue struggling like this? So the water challenge is one which made me to start thinking. I told my husband, now I think we can sink a borehole. Then he asked me, you expect me to deviate from what I'm doing, building homes for people, and I come and sink a borehole? Do you know how much it is? From there, I decided to break the rule. At times, women break the rules, for the good of the family. So one time, when I went to the office, I was working for the Ministry of Finance. I was just complaining and I was very dull. And then my colleague asked me, Sarah, why do you look so dull? I said, I'm struggling so much. Every day, after work, I have to go to look for water. Then I told him, imagine I have this idea. And I think my husband is not going to accept this. I want to know who can help me to sink a borehole. By God's grace, he told me, you know what? Someone from my village, who is the chief water engineer, is my friend. I can take you. Can we go now? It was almost lunch. I said yes. So we went all the way to the Ministry of Water, which is somewhere in community. And when we went, we met him. He was a very kind man, and he gave me everything written down. Then from there, he told me, I will send you to Thika. You see the water, the district water officer. So after that, I decided not even to tell my husband. So I was doing all this research without him knowing. So in 1996, I focused so much on now doing research, how much it would cost us, who was supposed to help us. So I got a very long list of borehole drillers. And then I went and negotiated with each one of them without him knowing. I negotiated, and then one of them gave me a price of 1.2 million. So I was like, now, gosh, this is a lot of money. Now, where shall we do? So I decided now to continue saving my money with a SACCO. Still, SACCO, of course, you know what SACCOs are? Yes. So I started continued saving money. And then after that, when I had enough, which I felt, of course, because I had the person that I went to see who was a Kalasinga, I asked him, how much can you take? So I tried to negotiate with him that we can be paying on a monthly basis. He said, no, if you give me 300,000, I can bring, that is mobilization fees. So come 1997, so before now he came, I sat again with my husband. I timed him to see when he was in that very good spirit. There are times, when men are in high spirits, and so I would call him very sweet names, and I was this good wife, so that he would now listen to me. And then I told him one evening, you know what, sweetie? Now I went, this is what I did. That time I was very excited. I think he had been paid. So, and we see men with money. When men have money in their pockets, you know, yeah. So that I decided to strike at that time. But I told him, you know what, with it, I have this idea. As you remember, I was telling him about the borehole. This is what I did, this is what I did. I brought now the file to him, and then he went through slowly. But then he folded his face, so I knew now here, things are not going to work. So I told him now, you know, I've been struggling so much, you see what is happening. And then after that, he said, I don't have money. I told him, you know what, these people will be coming. And I already have saved 100,000 in my account. And now you see, of course, circles normally give 3 times your savings. So I knew I was going to have the 300,000. So I told him now, this is what I have, and I think now we can be able to sing. Then he asked me the balance, what shall we do? Then he said, I'm not going to bother about that borehole because right now I can't afford. But I was so determined, so determined to sing the borehole. So I went again now to this Kalasinga. I told him, now, we don't have enough money, but with 300,000, please allow us to be paying you on a monthly basis. I never committed myself to say how much, but imagine that man came. When you are so determined, when you desire, when you push yourself and you also pray, somehow God opens the heavens. So this man came. So when my husband came in the evening, he was very shocked and he asked me, you mean you have gone behind my back to do this? I said, yes. It's for our own good. Then, you know, that time I had already designed what I was going to tell him. I told him, you see, in the whole of this area, there's no water. And I'm just seeing, like the people around here will be asking us to supply them with water, so it will be a source of income. So there, of course, I won his heart. And so from there, then, of course, now in 1997, these people, of course, came. That was around July 1997. They came, they sank the borehole. But, of course, that time, my relationship was not very good because he still felt that I decided to do things against his wish. But later on, now in 1997, 1998, now he started, of course, taking the water. It was so much. We didn't know that, of course, okay, the depth is about 135 meters. It has never dried up to today. And I really thank God because actually what happened, the borehole became a source of income even to those people. We didn't expect it to be like that. So it started supplying, piping water into people's homes. Then after that, there are people, of course, who started reselling the water, so they were making an income. There's one I remember who came to me like 2 years ago to tell me that he was able to buy 2 pieces of land and he sold one and built on one. And then others also started doing small business like the chicken business and also planting vegetables in their homes, which made me feel so good. So then, of course, then again, then unfortunately my husband died in 2006. So I was left now because, of course, in 1999, after now supplying people now between 1999 and year 2002, around there, and 2003, we continue supplying people to people's homes. Then they came later and started saying, now, there are areas where people can't get water. So what do we do? Now, unfortunately, when my husband fell sick in 2003, we couldn't continue the project. So we stalled a bit. So I struggled with him with the illness. Then, unfortunately, he passed on in 2006. But this idea of growing this business still didn't stop there. So now, in 2007, I decided to convert one of the lorries that he was using for his construction projects to, I converted it now to water bowser. Then after that, I bought another lorry and another lorry. And so now within that area, we have been supplying water, and our water is known to be, of course, any business that we do or that I'll say I run, I make sure that I follow the rules that are given by the government. So our water is always tested every year. Actually, I take our water 2 times a year to make sure that people are consuming the right water. Then come 2021, I decided now to do now the bottling. So that is where quite some challenges came, going to cabs so many times, coming back again, and then of course, I would say that now we are okay, and we have continued supplying water now with to people. Those who want to take water using bowsers or even through the pipes, we still continue doing that. So now, how did I find myself now in entrepreneurship? I said I was a civil servant, and I would say that my husband was also a civil servant who left employment many years before me. He was an architect. Then after that, he decided to change from architecture to construction, which I'm still doing up to now, but of course I'm not doing as big as he was doing. And then he also encouraged me to become an entrepreneur. So when I was in the office, I would buy some few things and sell in the office. And that's when I learned that not every customer will pay you. Some will refuse to pay you, and others will be like, okay, just hold on a bit, I'll pay. And then you struggle, you push. And then later on, I decided, the office. And I discovered that, and ladies, please excuse me, I'm your mom, so please excuse me for what I'm going to say. I discovered that men were very good customers. Why? You know, of course, now this was teaching me to segment my business. This is something that I've been applying up to now, because that was, I think, I was setting a foundation for my business. I didn't know this. So I realized men were very good when it comes to paying. So they would pay me on time. Others would even pay me more and tell me, go and bring me a blue shirt, a white shirt, a pink shirt. So you see, they have prepaid me. So it means already I have my profit in my pocket, but then I would go buy, clean, iron, and then, of course, I put Bintel Sudan and then pack very nicely. So they would think that these shirts were new. So you have to be innovative. Please clap for me. Then there comes challenges and hardships. Of course, every business has challenges. Nobody should lie to you, because you see, when people go to speak about entrepreneurship, they don't tell you about the challenges that they face. I'll be sharing with you about some of the challenges in this business. Then you also have to have a curious mind and you have to also be a critical thinker. Now, so let me just go back. Now, the challenges that I shared with you were that when I went through the hardship of the water, that is what made me to start thinking, what can you do? Whom can you see? Who can help you? So this Hindi, later on, of course, I had to keep on talking to him. Then my husband would throw 100,000, 200, like that. The total cost actually came to, I think, 1.1 million. He only gave us 100,000. But we paid him within 2 years, and he was okay. So I did thank God, because, you see, at times, faith is the one that works. So you go, you talk to somebody nicely, that relationship, making sure that, of course, you pay, and that is not that you don't want to pay. So, and then again, once my loan matured, I topped up, and then I was able to pay him a little bit more money. Then after that, now I stopped the project. Of course, now from the water, we were able now to continue paying him. Then, for you to grow as an entrepreneur, you must have a curious mind. Always curious and open to learning. If you are not open to learning, imagine you can't go far. And that is why when you talk about innovation, innovation is very important. Now, if I just decided I'm comfortable with the water because I'm just taking, I wouldn't think of even making money. And then also the help that you are making to people, because when you have an innovation, of course, it usually benefits other people. Like I have seen my brother there with what he's doing. That is waste. So people just look at the product like waste. But for him, he has really thought and is converting that product to something that is usable. So through hardships, that is what will help you also to start, become better, and you have to keep on thinking and, of course, trying to see how best you can be. Then, of course, like there are times when I drive, and I don't just drive for the sake of driving. Or when I'm walking, I don't just walk. If you have a curious mind, you ask yourself, why is this lamp like this? How about if I can change it so that it can start moving like this, and then maybe I can turn it to face a certain direction. Instead of putting so many lamps, maybe I can have only one. This is the area I want lit, so I should have a lamp that can be able to. So every time you keep on thinking. So when you have that curious mind, you always learn. And then you keep on asking other people. You keep on becoming a very good listener. And then from listening is that then you start saying, I think I can now go to Google and find out. I can go to YouTube and find out what somebody maybe has come up with this idea. So how can I improve on that idea? So that's how I found myself in entrepreneurship. And of course, for me, I'll tell you, I think when I'm driving this, one time I'll tell you, I saw a very old vehicle. And this vehicle, I hope all of us understand Swahili. It was so old, but it was carrying garbage. And it was bent, but the vehicle still could move. So I saw at the back it was written, Mzee ni wewe. Mzee ni, do you know what that means? Mzeni wewe. So I looked at it, I was like, wow, this vehicle is too old, but it is to see opportunities. So how open are you to ideas? How many opportunities? Maybe when somebody here, from what I have said, maybe has actually come up with an idea. And maybe they are thinking, oh, I think I can try that. So once you see opportunities, that is when you are able to start now thinking of how to do business. Like now, of course, for me, that was an opportunity. That challenge I had of water became an opportunity for me to do business. Then you also don't have to be afraid of taking risks. You know, some people say, you know what, me, I don't want to feel pain. You see, like when you go, you are doing these exercises and all that, they are tending to feel a lot of pain on your legs, and you are like, I will not do it again. There are some who say, even some of my friends tell me, Sarah, me, I can't go to exercise. And I tell them, you know what, that pain is the one which is making my muscles to be firm. That is what is making me to be strong. So you don't have to be afraid of taking risks or feeling the pain, because it is through that risk that will help you to scale high and to learn even better and to become very hard. When it comes to problems, it's like for you are like, how can I now deal with this problem? So, and this risk that I have taken has helped me. It's like a staircase. You have to lift your leg, you go to the other. So of course, as you lift, you don't know even maybe probably even what is going to happen as you turn. But out of curiosity, you want to get to the next level. Then you have to have a solid and wide network. Now, this is an area that I'm very keen about. What has really, really changed me and has grown me, it is networks. The Swahili say, what do the Swahili say about people? Watu ni nini? Hatujui Swahili jameni. Watu ni nini? Watu ni mali. And how you can make people mali is the way I treat people, the way I talk to them, the way I handle them, the way I support them. That is what is going to make them to help me in times of need. I have seen many people on WhatsApp, they only look for you when they have maybe a funeral, maybe you don't even know who they are, but because they see participating so much in the group, or because they see, they just put you in a group and you are not aware, because they are not your friends. If you want to grow in business, you must have a good network. A network where you are a member of, or even if it is in a church, okay, 3 more minutes, in a church, or if maybe a place where you feel that you are comfortable and these are people who align with your thoughts. Then you also have to continuously learn. Go online, learn. Go to class, learn. Then you also have to be flexible. Don't be so rigid that you don't want to hear about new ideas. When you do that, of course, and then once you become a good listener, it means you can go very far. Then you also have to be adaptable to change. For example, of course, there are so many things that are happening. Right now, I want now to grow my business now through technology. When I was in Ghana, because I was in Ghana, I think 2 weeks ago with this lady called Mercy, someone was just presenting, and I said, gosh, I think I don't have even to continue buying mini lorries. Why can't I just use technology to change my business? And I said, I thought about Uber. And when we were participating in that group, when I talked about Uber and how it has changed and transformed the way we move from one place to another, I said, even my business, I can also do the same. So that is something that I'm thinking about. That is, of course, technology. Then, another thing is about when you're in business, you have, as an entrepreneur, you have to go for training. So for me, I went for this business networking trainings, and I also became a trainer in business networking. And then, of course, that trains you about the power of building meaningful relationships. When you have a strong relationship, people will never forget you. So I also went to Strathmore. I did this program, which is Enterprise Development Program in 2015. And this exposed me now to different parts of the world. We traveled to China. Then we also learned about business ethics. When you are doing business, you have to be very ethical. It doesn't matter what everybody is doing. However corrupt people may be, please don't be corrupt. Don't be corrupted. I can tell you for sure. Me, my businesses, I have run them. I don't mind how much little I get, but I don't get corrupted, and I don't corrupt. And then you also have to take care of the communities around you. Then you also have to understand the use and value of financial records. You can't just do business and then you take money, you put in your pocket, you start saying that your business is not running properly, but the problem is you. So you have to separate your income and the income for the business. Then you also have to understand about the legal environment. The government will always catch up with you. You have to understand. Go to KRA, go to income tax, go to wherever, try to find out, even through your auditors. They'll be able to tell you what you are supposed to do when it comes to the legal matters. Then in 2018, I went back to Strathmore. I did own a manager program. This is a program that was very, very intense. I think it's almost the level of a master's degree. And we went all the way to Lagos to learn, of course, how they also do business. So what it taught me in brief is one is supposed to develop long-term strategies. When you start a business, don't think about it just maybe in 1 year. So think about it maybe in the next 10 years, where do you want to be? So you start now working backwards. Then you also have to achieve professional and personal growth. So when we went there, of course, we were taught how to become professional in business, and also as yourself. How do you grow yourself? Going back to class is growing yourself personally as a person. How much do you know? Who are the people that you are meeting? What do they know that you don't know? Can you exchange ideas? And then can you keep on learning? Then you also have to improve executive decision-making capabilities and succession planning. For me, I decided, because now I have 2 children, a daughter and a son. My son, of course, had a challenge when it comes to alcohol. Of course, I know you people, you know about alcoholism, but I thank God that now he has recovered. So I'm working very closely with my daughter. My son said that he wants to go and do his own business, so I allowed him to go. I supported him, and that is it. So for succession planning, you are in business. You have children. You have your sisters and brothers. Now, whom do you want to take over? You've seen very big companies in this country grow to multi-billion businesses, but they collapse when their founder dies. Is that what you'd want to do? You have invested so much, many resources, but then you find that you, just a few minutes, I'm just about to finish. Now, then we have challenges in business and what they teach you. Now, you find that, of course, there is limited growth due to lack of capital. So now what I did for me, I went to a SACCO. And instead of going to a bank, I knew I was not going to get a business. I mean, the money from there, SACCOs help us to, of course, grow our businesses. Then heavy taxation in our country, of course, we all know how taxes have been affecting us. So how we are trying to do this is trying to go, come together as groups to go to the government and tell them to try and reduce the taxes. Then there's a lot of bureaucracy in government. So this is something that I don't know what can be done, but the government should improve on this. Then the fear of failure. You have to consult and do as much research as possible. So now I'm just finishing. My aha moment. Yes, I'm concluding now. My aha moment, especially in this business of water. Initially, the borehole water was for my home consumption, but water demand from people led to making income for me. So the role of ethics, if you want to become ethical, do to others what you'd like them do to you. And that is it. Thank you very much. I'm honored. I'm really flown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Sarah Karingi. There is her information if you want to learn from her. I want us to honor our mom, because I don't think anybody here, very few of us in this room graduated in 1985. Please, very few of us. So, you know lightning claps? Do you know what a lightning is? What's lightning? It strikes at once, right? So we're going to do lightning claps for her. 5 strong lightning claps to appreciate our mom for that proper experience that she's given us. Did you see how to give a presentation? And let's go. 1, 1, 1. Another one, another one, another one. The last one. Thank you very much for gracing us with your experience. How it turns from being a problem that you see in your community. You fix the problem and you don't know, by fixing that problem for yourself, it actually becomes a solution for your community. And then it grows from your community, it becomes a national issue. Now she's impacting policy, she's lobbying, and now she's switching to technology. What are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? Thank you very much. And we appreciate some of this probably would not be possible without Zaid. And Zaid is here to help us bridge that gap. Because a lot of us have a problem with finding that capital, right? So we just need a nudge, and Zaid will give us that nudge to cross over and fix these solutions. I also like how she said, I can become a problem solver for my own community, right? So seeing those problems and becoming someone who is led. And she talked about faith. You guys, do you consult your faith when you're doing business decisions? I wonder. Next, we have George Wayne, who is going to come and talk to us. And George Wayne is going to take us through a presentation, something on the art of storytelling and pitching includes practice sessions. So I think she's done a good job of giving us her journey. But sometimes you don't have 30 minutes to tell your journey. Sometimes you have 5 minutes, sometimes you have 15 seconds. What is it that you can do, and what is it that you can switch over and over to learn how to tell your story? So George Wayne is an excellent result-oriented business manager and training in different aspects. His vast experience in business management, incubation, and pitch training has led into achieving several milestones in business development. He's the founder and the CEO of Nakuru Box. They exist to support technology startups and entrepreneurs. Their workspace is in Nakuru town, and the people around them inspire them to take action, to grow, and to do better. They offer access to incubation, training to upcoming startups, mentorship, funding, and access to the large network of entrepreneurs in Nakuru town and I believe its environs. Please give it up for George Wayne as he comes. Here. You know, one day it will be you on this side, eh? And you want people to clap for you. Give it up for George Wayne. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. So as I've been introduced, my name is George Wayne, and my job today is very simple because we've had an experience already of some interesting stories that we've learned of innovations that have come to exist, innovations that started in the 90s, innovations that started recently. So my job today is very simple. But before I dive into today's session, I'd like to invite colleague, Dennis, just to test your concentration, just to see how you are concentrating to today's session. So Dennis, welcome. So as he comes, let's rise up. We've had tea, we're feeling a bit cold. Let's stretch a bit because this is about to get interesting.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Nice. I like the energy. So this is it. When we're talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, one of the characteristics of a good entrepreneur is being keen. Do you all agree? Yes. So how many of us today think they are keen? How many of us believe they are keen? Good. So we'll do this small activity that will test how keen you are. Is that okay? So this is it. I will tell you what to do, and please do as I say, do not do as I do. Is that okay? Is that okay? Okay, so let's start. So I want you to touch your head. Touch your head, touch your knees, touch your shoulders, your mouth, your knees again. You people are too keen. I'm not seeing anyone doing the wrong thing. So anyway, so I think, yeah, with that, I think you're a bit more lively, and Wayne could continue. That is it. I mean, what more keenness do you need?
Thank you, Dennis. About 65% of conversations we have are stories. It's at such an event where you get to meet someone new and you tell them a story. This is where I started. This is what I did today morning. This is the experience I had yesterday. It is told of gossip. Hello, women. Gossip is a form of storytelling. So how do we define an interesting story to explain about our business? And how do we create a pitch that is going to win you funding, that is going to win you an investor, that is going to win you the business opportunity you've been looking forward to? So as I start, I like to say that success is measured by acute preparation of an entrepreneur. So I like to call someone randomly to give us a pitch, and that is Hello Tractor. Mic, please. So let's listen to the pitch. Let's get to dissect it as I continue with my presentation today.
Hi. First of all, that's like an ambush. Yeah, but let's try. So hi, everyone. So how many of you have used an aeroplane to move from one country to another or from one part to another? How many? A show of hands. Oh, you're so many. Now, how many of you own a private jet? Hands? Oh, wow. Dreams are valid. So imagine the same doesn't make economical sense for you to own a economical sense for a farmer to own a tractor. Yeah, because most of the farmers in Kenya in our emerging markets are smallholder farmers. So it doesn't make any economical sense to own a whole tractor only to service 2 to 5 hectares of land. Therefore, Hello Tractor introduces a collaborative, cost-sharing kind of economy so that farmers can be formed in a cluster and they can get to book tractor services as a group. Therefore, that is why Hello Tractor exists, more like Uber for tractors. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want us to watch one video that we were shown.
Here in Morogoro, a lot of children, many of them die for malnutrition. And my baby girl was almost the one of them. I was so sad, saying, oh God, please save my baby. When I take her to hospital, doctor told me that she was loss of blood every time.
Malnutrition is a big killer in the sense that it kills 16,000 children every day.
Juliet, deaths in my hands 1 year ago. Oh, goodness.
SANPU is an organization that is trying to end malnutrition by giving tools, training, and business models to small-scale maize millers in East Africa.
After starting using fortified flour, no more sickness, no more crying. I have one child now. Her name is Queenie. When I see her, she's very happy because
Grace, don't cry. So that's a story. So what exactly is storytelling? And how do we use a story to be able to define what exactly we are doing as an innovation? So today the expectation is for you to understand what exactly is a story, what can storytelling do for me, which stories should I tell, and how to identify the unique voice of your offering. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to identify for me the number of F's you see in that particular statement. 3, 2, 1. How many people see 4 F's? Raise your hand. Just raise your hand up. How many people see 4 F's? How many people saw 5 F's? How many people saw 6 F's? How many people saw none? There are actually 6 F's, but there are some people who raised their hand that they saw 4, some saw 5. So it's a perception. I gave you 3 seconds to show me the number of F's, and some of us completely ignored the off, right? Some of us completely ignored the off. But it's there, it counts. It's how we are wired as human beings. So storytelling is basically a belief about you based on the signal that your brand is sending. It's beyond the website that you have. It's beyond the pitch presentation that you have. It is more about the brand that you're trying to communicate to your audience. And basically, what can storytelling do for you? How can people connect you with you as an entrepreneur? One, raise money, build your brand, of course, create a relationship between you and your team, and create a relationship between you and your customers. And of course, it creates a sense of leadership, strategy, and management. So what kind of stories should we tell, and how do we identify what kind of stories to be able to communicate to our audience? So the first one is identity, vision, values, change, and learning. So I'm going to ask a series of questions as we identify the stories that we intend to tell. And I'll go table by table. So I think if I can have the mic, so that we can understand practically how do we tell these stories and what stories do we intend to tell. So I'll start with identity. 3 questions. What does identity mean to you? Who are you when you are at your best? And what was true at the beginning that is still true today? Your identity. Tell us a story. What does it mean? Was true at the beginning that is still true today. This table, we can have a representative. Make your table shine.
Thank you. My identity is that I'm a serial entrepreneur. And what I do best is when I am faced with a challenge, because as a serial entrepreneur, I turn challenges into opportunities. And then what is true at the beginning that is true today? I mean, challenges are always opportunity right from inception to the day that you live today.
Wow. Round of applause. There's someone there.
Hi, I'm Sumaya. So what does it mean to be me? It means to be a problem solver. What are you when you're at your best? I am a connector. I see trends and patterns and come up with solutions. What is true at the beginning that is that is still true today? For me, I think what was true at the beginning for me was my excitement, my grit, my hunger, my strive that still remains till today.
Thank you. A round of applause. So the next one is vision. Where are we going? What is your vision? Articulate your desired future. What are your customers doing? What innovations have you achieved? What rewards are you currently experiencing? How does it feel? Give us an aspect of the future of where your business is going. So I'll go to the next table. This one. Let's have the star of that table.
Hi everyone, my name is Francis from Harry Homes. So where are we going? We are going to a happy people. Articulate your desired future. What are customers doing? What innovations have you achieved? What rewards are you enjoying? How does it feel? A key aspect of the future. So basically, vision is, like I said, what are we doing? We're going to a happy future, and articulating desired future is everybody to be happy. like being sustainable and enjoying life. The innovations that I've achieved are that's quite a challenge.
Storytelling.
Yeah, sure. We have another star here. Yeah, storytelling. Yeah.
Hi. My name is Ifra. I work with Ashoka. Where we're going is we're working towards something that's called Everyone a Change Maker. So we'd like everybody to identify as a change maker. That's what we're working on at the minute. And when we say this, it comes with a lot of pressure. People think about, when you think about being a change maker, you think of it you think you have to have done something really big to be a change maker. But what we're trying to say at Ashoka is that everyone can be a change maker. In whatever career path you're in whatever you're doing, you can make a bit of change. You can do something small, and we're trying to talk to different people to have them to just join our movement in making everyone a change maker.
Thank you. One of the key reasons as to why we tell stories is education. The other reason as to why we tell stories is to be able to inspire. Her last statement inspired someone in this room. Her last statement was able to motivate someone in this room. So as we tell a story, how do you educate your audience? How do you inspire your audience? So moving to the next table, how do we tell stories as we communicate values? So you have a statement of values. When you say you're excellent, when you say you're innovative, I had someone say that they're transparent. How do you communicate this? What does quality look like at your organization? And what is so unique about customer service at your organization? You say you have a value that defines you have quality and excellent customer service. How do you define that? So these are the stories of how you work. And when you tell these stories, you establish the behavioral boundaries for how people in the organization accomplish the mission. So how do you define your story using the values in your organization? So we've looked at identity, we've looked at vision. The third one is values. So how do you tell a story based on the values in your organization?
Hi guys, my name is Nyangara Nyanchera from Harry Homes, and we are a real estate developing company, so a sustainable environment is very vital to us, and we're in the process of developing an eco industry in the part of the country. So our values as Harry Homes is embedded in our name itself, Harry. Harry means honesty, excellence, respect, and integrity. And in the journey of us developing homes for citizens, both local and diaspora, we try to instill and we try to operate within those values of being honest, excellent in what we do in service delivery. We make people homeowners. We provide, in lack of a better term, legit investment opportunities. So we pride ourselves in that, and we do. We'll just. Oh, I don't have to go through every.
No.
Homeowners and providing investment opportunities and that are sustainable as well. I'd like to remain in the theme. Thank you.
Story of learning and change. At what point did you or your organization blew it? At what point did you mess up? When was the time that you changed thoughts, beliefs, and behavior to accomplish something that was hard? And finally, when did you do something that didn't work, and now you're doing something different and getting better results? They like to say, if you do something the same continuously, expecting different results, you're being a, yeah? It's insanity, right? So let us hear a story of at one point your organization messed up, but you had to do something to change that situation and get better results. Why do entrepreneurs fear telling us how they failed? We learn from failures. Okay, yeah.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jonas Oyugi from Sale BioClark Distillers, a biorefinery company. The time we did not meet our expectations was when actually we were doing the experiments to determine the formula by which we are supposed to use such that we can produce the bioethanol fuel which can fit in the market. So we did 21 main trial experiments in 7 years. But however, all these experiments we were not materializing as we needed or as was supposed to be. So then later we changed the tactics, though it was just by accident, because even the 21st experiment did not even still materialize as was required. So later, there was just only liter of the malt that we had kept somewhere. So after around 1 month, it fermented to the required degree, which when we tried to distill, so it materialized as expected. So we made the minimum fiber product, which is the bioethanol fuel, fighting climate change. That's through mitigation. So those trial experiments did not work, but however, at last it worked. So right now, we are bringing farmers on board, small-scale farmers, to plant this kind of plant because it is a wild plant that we discovered from which we can make or we can extract the bioethanol fuel. We are not using human foodstuff as the current producers. We are using a wild non-food perennial plant that we have discovered, and we have done all these experiments, and we have produced the minimum fiber product, which has been tested by the CAPS, and we have done the patenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A clap.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Wanjiko. I am from an organization called Lugha Ishara. We work with the ecosystem around the deaf child. So our goal is to ensure that the deaf child is not left behind in any facet of life, academic, cognitive, in any way. And I think one of the questions earlier is the future we'll envision is where there is newborn screening from the get-go so that deaf children are not left behind. So just answering, I think the second point, I'll not call it blowing it, but I'll say I want to answer, when did you do something that didn't work and now you're doing something differently and getting better results? So at the very beginning, we thought what parents of children with, who are deaf or what deaf children would want is an animation product. So where you create a product and they watch it at home and they learn sign language from home. But then we had an event where we had that product already in the market, and then we had families gather with their deaf children and parents, and we conducted a survey and asked the parents what they thought of the product that we had launched, the animation. And the parents and people there were saying what we liked was actually gathering here, seeing other deaf children, meeting other deaf families. And so they'll say, oh, the animation was great, it was nice here. But what we really liked was having that community and gathering with people. And so from there now we changed the product from animation to actually a physical product that offers psychosocial support to the parents, and children come and create something, create content by deaf children, for deaf children, which also answers number 2, which is a time that we change thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors to accomplish something that was hard. So then we were able to show the world, or basically everybody, that deaf children are not hard to work with, as often people think of them, and they can actually produce something that can be enjoyed by all children, regardless of their hearing ability.
Thank you. A round of applause. We have storytellers in the building, eh? So allow me to tell you a brief story just before I jump into the different types of storytellers and how we can be able to define your personality and how you can use your personality to tell a good story. Back when I was in campus, I actually went to about 3 universities here in the country. And one of the universities I attended was in Eldoret, called Moi University. And I spent about 3 years in the university. It's quite a remote university. It's about 40 kilometers from Eldoret town, so it's quite interior. And back when you're in campus, your cash flow is a bit limited, right? For you to go to town, you'll actually have to plan for it. For you to go and enjoy amenities in town, you'll have to sweat for it. So I left Eldoret after the 3 years. I went to Juja, Jomo Kenyatta University. And when I went to JKUAT, I had progressed in terms of age. So the peers who I met were a bit younger than me. And these young people were coming to campus with a lot of excitement, you know. They are free, they have the freedom to go out, they have the freedom to do anything they want to do. But I was not able to relate with them very well. So I had to find other sources of extracurricular activities that I could engage in if I'm not in class or if I'm not running the first business that I started while I was in campus, which was retail and wholesale of beauty products. Quite strange for a man, yeah? But it thrived, because if I'm able to sell makeup to Grace, she'll be amazed, right? So I decided to venture into sports as an extracurricular activity, and I started riding mountain bikes, which was one of the businesses that was unique in the campus. Someone will get about 10 bicycles and will rent out to students. So at one point, when I was riding a bicycle, I thought to myself, in my previous campus, students were struggling with entertainment. Students were engaging in drugs, in alcoholism, in a lot of activities that will deviate them from education. So I thought to myself, why can't I take this activity to Moi University and modify it and make it better? And that's what exactly I did. But one challenge that entrepreneurs face is access to capital. So where am I going to get 100,000 to buy 10 mountain bikes and get another 150 to set up the business to be able to accomplish my objective? I approached where I used to get the bike, the founder. I approached him and told him, I have an idea. Let's expand your branch to Moi, and let's coin a name between me and you. Luckily, he agreed. He decided to give me 10 bicycles. I transported them all the way to Eldoret, and I set up the business. The key challenge that I was trying to address is on entertainment. The other challenge I was trying to address is on mobility. My university is a very big campus, but how do you make students more mobile? They want to rush to a class, they want to rush to the library, they want to rush to the administration block. So those are some of the challenges that I was trying to solve. Within the first 1 month, I was able to attract a lot of customers. And when I opened the business at 8 a.m., by midday, I would have no bicycle at all. So I would have a pool of students waiting at the shop, just waiting to get the next bicycle to be able to rent it so that they can use it for sports. 2 months down the line, I got a series of interested people who wanted to invest in the business because it seemed very lucrative. And I went ahead and got more capital. I added 20 more bicycles. Within month 5, I had about 100 bicycles. Within month 8, I was in Daystar University doing the same business and offering the same solution. Within a year, it was cumbersome to be able to manage. And this is a reason as to why some of the businesses would like to exit, is you lack the time to manage the business, you lack the time to be able to control everything in the business. And that proved a challenge, because remember, I was still in Juja, but I was managing a business that was in Eldoret and Daystar. So after 1 year, I did exit the business and was able to sell it off, and it's still surviving up to date. I like the way you've become attentive to the story. Clap for yourselves. And that is the essence of a story. How do you define a story and explain the 4 aspects about storytelling? I've explained to you about the pain I was addressing. I've explained about the solution I was able to offer. I've explained about the market. I've explained about scalability. I've explained everything about the aspects of a business model canvas. So how do you narrate a story and talk about your brand? So moving on, I'd like to talk you through what we call the brand archetypes. Imagine if your brand story was as engaging as the Harry Potter movies, Star Wars, or personalities like Steve Jobs or Kim Kardashian. So this theory explains different types of personalities, of brand storytellers. And moving ahead, we look at you as an individual are on a journey, you are on a quest, and you're trying to solve a particular problem, and every strength you have in you to be able to solve that problem comes with a weakness. But you as an individual have a gift. So we are going to look at about 4 examples of individuals who can tell their story using their journey, using their strength, weakness, and the gift that they want to achieve. And at the end of this discussion, I'd like you to write down, who are you? What kind of personality do you have? Remember, you can have 3, but you have to have the strongest one that guides you as a brand storyteller. So there's the caregiver, the companion, the creator, the everyman, the hero, the genie, the innocent, the jester, the lover, the mentor, the prophet, the rebel, the ruler, the seeker, the storyteller, and the wizard. So just to give you an example, we'll start with the everyman. This is George Bailey from It's Wonderful Life, Ford Pickup Trucks, and John Walmart. Their quest or their journey is to bring value and honor to the masses using humble tools. And they have a gift, which is to assign nobility to common virtues, earthly values, and humility. Their gift is also to create belonging and solidarity. So how do they respond to the dragon? So what is their strength? What is their power? It's to be able to roll up their sleeves, go to battle with execution of self-sacrifice, and give to the greater good at the expense of self. So that is their strength. But what is their weakness? Feeling of being marginalized, identity sublimated in service of the whole, and resentment towards the haves. So look at another example, which is the hero. So the hero, we look at Luke Skywalker. Their quest or their journey is to be able to accomplish the most difficult goal that are beyond the reach of ordinary people through strength and competence. And what is their gift? Through extraordinary acts of courage, they create a better world for others to enjoy and enable others to discover their own inner strength. What exactly is their strength? To draw their swords and lead the way into battle without fear. They have a weakness, which is arrogance, lack of empathy for the weak or the wounded, needs a battle to fight. So take a moment, think about yourself. What is your journey? What is your gift? What is your strength? How do you respond to the dragon? And what is your weakness? Just take a minute. We have a notebook on the table. Write it down. You as a person, you're on a journey. As an innovator, as an entrepreneur, you have a journey. What is your journey? What is your quest? You have a gift. What is your strength? And what is your weakness? As we continue writing, I'll give the last example, which is the lover. Hallmark cards, L'Oreal. Their quest is to transcendence through beauty, relationship, or sensual experience. Their gift, strong loyalty and sense of union, intimacy with others, invite others to escape from them through hate and feeling. And how do they respond to the dragon? What is their strength? It's to be able to seduce it or convert the challenge into a lovely experience. Their weakness, enmeshment with the other at the risk of losing the self. So 30 more seconds to note down your journey, your gift, your strength, and your weakness. Just to inspire those who are still scratching their heads, I'll use Oprah Winfrey as the mentor. Oprah Winfrey, her quest is to pass wisdom to others. The gift is to lead others to truth, enables others to build capabilities or find their true potential, and their strength is to encourage others to face the trial as a path to enlightenment, and her weakness is to focus on abstract truth without appreciation for pragmatic truth, a teacher who can't do. That is Oprah Winfrey. As she tells us her story, that's her personality. So back to the 16 personalities that we were looking at. The caregiver, the companion, the creator, the everyman, the hero, the prophet, the rebel, the seeker, the storyteller, the wizard. Who are you as an individual? So every brand has 3 personalities. Primary, which is the dominant one, secondary, and tertiary. So how you define your voice or how you respond to your customer's dragon, which in case is a problem that you're trying to solve, and your gift, which is a value proposition. you're able to identify yourself with one personality. So I want to invite someone to tell us who they are. She's desperate to tell us.
I don't know it's so desperation, but I'll try. You know.
I'm trying to ease you off.
Well, I think I'll say creator. The quest is to get Africa to net zero. Net zero water, net zero energy, net zero waste. The strength is mentoring others, training others, and building capacity. The response is to change mindsets on how people think and how people do things. The shadow side is we can't move with people, unfortunately, who you need a bit of ability to do some technical stuff, you know, read specifications, that sort of thing. So that sort of leaves people out who are not in that space. That's the best I could do for now.
Thank you. A round of applause. I think we can go to that table. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is George Kuria. I'm part of a startup that deals in edible coatings for fruits and vegetables. Thank you again, George Wayne, for such a brilliant presentation. Just skimming around, I was trying to write what is our quest. So at Edicoat Limited, it's a young startup, a few months old. We actually developing, or rather we want to impact the shelf life of fruits and vegetables through edible coatings, which are, and this is a true story, they are readily available from plant-based organic materials. And our gift is the love for food, because I've been a former farmer and I've suffered losses on that. That's why I was pushed to innovate. And we are also passionate to end hunger. If you can imagine the CDG that is everyone is trying to run with is number 2 of ending hunger, that is zero hunger, while impacting positively on climate change. The FAO has this, have a statistic that says for every 1 kg of food that rots, 2.5 kgs of carbon dioxide is emitted. While we are saving on that, when we are prolonging the shelf life, we are able to save and impact the environment through the carbon dioxide saved, and also able to also, enterprise by selling those carbon credits. On the strength, we want to convert the food loss related to the food loss that's globally sitting at around a huge number, that is 24%, to try and bring it, modicumly lower to a number that I won't try to lie, but just to make it lower. And then our weakness is to develop a foolproof working prototype. One, we already have one that's working, and of course that the product will be cost effective and readily available to the farmers at the farm gate level, and also accepted along the value chains to the retailers. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. As you define your story, what we take home today is, what is your journey? What is your quest? How do you respond to the dragon? The dragon is a problem that you're trying to address, is a pain that your customer is facing. What solution do you have? What is your gift to your customers? What is your value proposition? What is that one unique thing that you're offering to your customers that they are going to say, wow, this is a business. This is a business that is providing solutions that I would like to buy. Moving on, the art of storytelling goes hand in hand with how you're able to make a pitch, how you're able to make a presentation that is geared towards raising funds, or you're doing a pitch to investors, or you're doing a pitch to your consumers. So what are the 6 key factors that you look at as you prepare yourself to do an interesting pitch? So allow me to start off on how you're able to do a pitch. The first thing that we look at is the pain or the problem. As we were defining storytelling, the story starts, the video we watch, it starts by them defining what problem they are trying to solve. So as you do your pitch, you have to be addressing a particular problem. And how do we define who an entrepreneur is? Who is an entrepreneur?
An entrepreneur is one who turns a challenge into an opportunity and makes it sustainable.
So let me ask you a question. As we walked into the hotel, we saw a bar.
Right.
A bar is a business.
Yes.
Is a bar owner an entrepreneur?
Yes, he runs, because I think that a bar business is a recreational business where stressed people at the end of the day go and relax by taking whatever they take there.
Like the way you've sugarcoated that, eh? We've defined who an entrepreneur is. It's a problem solver, right? So as you do your pitch, how do you define the problem that you're trying to solve? And it goes hand in hand with the solution that you're trying to create for that particular problem. So what is the emotional or intangible benefit delivered to your customer? So you have a problem and you have a solution. As an entrepreneur, if you're not able to relate the two, design thinking is one of the tools that is used to be able to define a solution for the problem that you're facing. And the best mode of telling what pain you're facing is through an experience. It's through a story that you've experienced as an entrepreneur defines a good problem. So you've defined your problem, you've defined the solution. The third thing is you define the product, the service. What exactly are you offering as a product? How is the product delivering that benefit? So you begin with a brief description and transition to give the technical benefits, which he did. He has a product, and he defined the product. He defined the problem, the solution, and he was able to explain to us the product. The fourth element is defining your market. So paint a picture of who is benefiting from your value offering, and of course use numbers. And I'd like to encourage every entrepreneur, as you explain the problem, as you explain the solution, as you explain the product, the power of numbers gives your pitch a sense of reality. If I'm able to say that I want to reach 10,000 customers in Nairobi who are going to impact XXX, it's the power of numbers. And we're able to identify the market in a number of segments. So one is looking at your customer, and how do you define your customer? Break it down as you define your customer. What gender? Are you targeting male or female? What is their age? Between the age of 21 to 45? Where do they like to hang out? What is their spending culture? What is their budget? What is their income stream? Get to understand who your consumer is. You've identified your customer, you've identified your competition. So every business has a competitive landscape. What are your competitors doing, and what will make you stand out from your competitors? Now, I like to look at the market. Before I talk about the numbers, I like to look at the market relating very well with revenue streams. So as we say, we want to increase our market size in the country. We want to expand to 2 other cities. We want to expand to 3 other cities. How does that translate to the revenues that are going to be made from your business? So the 5th element is numbers, sales, forecast, revenues, money. We need to understand how you're making money as an entrepreneur in your business. How much are you charging your customers? How does that translate to the revenues that you're going to be making in your business? Of course, compare profit, losses, income, expenses. We need to understand the value of your business using the numbers that you're pitching to us. Of course, the last element is on your team. How is your team qualified to create value that delivers both tangible and intangible benefits to your customers? For some investors, they invest in team. They invest in the personnel that you have in your business. So you have the right team, then the right team can deliver on the goal or the objective that you have for your business. So ladies and gentlemen, the 6 values that are very key and important as you deliver a pitch to investors, to your customers, to even potential partners that you want to bring on board as an entrepreneur. Define your problem, solution, product, look at your market, revenues, and your team. In some situations, we finish off by saying what exactly have we achieved so far and what do we want so that we can achieve the next milestone. So it is your ask. How much do you need? And if you need $1 million, what is $1 million going to do for your business? Is it product development? Is it market penetration? Is it improving your product that is already existing? It is the ask or the need that you have for your business. So as you make a pitch, be it an elevator pitch, which counts for about seconds, how do you capture everything that you've talked about in a tweet? So as we finish off, I want to understand whether we've mastered the art of storytelling. We'll do a very brief activity before we get to hear 2 stories. You have the mic.
Yes, I do.
You'll start us off. And I will give you the power to give the mic to the next person who you think was not concentrating today.
Thank you. Oscar is my name, and I am a serial entrepreneur. I'm here to present a company called Green Pavers, where we recycle waste plastic into affordable construction material. And we work the model where we've got about 700 street urchins who've been converted into waste collectors. And we recycle 50 tons every day. We are based at the Eastern Bypass next to Kabansora. And so far, we have lifted over 1 million tons from the dump sites. The kind of products that we make today include what you see as you drive all over Nairobi called the fencing posts. I mean, they are posts that, the sign posts, when you drive, then it's along Thika Road in every estate, they're painted black and white. And they're all over used with a sign on top called Pelican, because Pelican is the advertising agency or the signage agency. And then we also have roofing tiles, which are long-lasting with very low thermal conductivity, and I'll give you a 40-year warranty. Then of late, we've also come up to address the solar challenge, which we are introducing into the market to address what you call accessibility to energy, or to affordable energy. You all agree with me that Africa has one of the widest available sun rays across the globe, but there's not so much used into because it's too expensive. You all know about the stories of KPLC, and we as industrialists have all that challenge every day. when we got to fight over bills that we feel that are beyond what we consumed. So we have introduced the solar tile to address the access to affordable energy. Now the impact today is that we've created green jobs, and we are also looking forward to what you call house Africans decently and affordably using the garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause.
So look for someone to tell the next story. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Patricia, and I work with a research organization, agricultural research. And as you were talking about how to pitch, and I was just going over my head thinking about not-for-profit organizations. And my question is, so when it comes to revenue, because I know, yes, there's fundraising involved in not-for-profit, but how do you handle that bit of the revenue bit? And yeah, pretty much as you pitch for your proposals, how do you handle revenue for not-for-profit organizations? Thank you.
All right. Let me hand over the mic to Wesley, who is going to help me respond to that. He has a non-for-profit, and I want to understand how we will tackle that. We throw people to the deep end.
Wow. It's very deep. Okay, so good day, everyone. My name is Wesley Ouma. I work for Shakadon organization. We focus on youth unemployment and youth empowerment. So in regards to your question of funding and non-for-profits, wow.
I have to say, he's only been on the job for 2 days.
That is true, but I'll give it a.
So he's still reading up.
That's true. I'm very mature in the game, but immature in the game, but I will still give you what I personally think is a good strategy. In terms of NGOs, I think funding, the attention always needs to be given to the quality of the proposal. In terms of making sure that you have a detailed approach, understanding your beginning, the inspiration for what led to this organization, and understanding the journey and where you want to take it to. Understanding the challenges of getting certain kinds of employees to work with you, and understanding the challenge of the customers. Understanding the challenge of the individuals that need your help as well. And if you have these things and understand how these things can be essentially synchronized, putting them in detail, and showing the enthusiasm you have yourself, the passion you have yourself in the different, in your organization, I think that passion can then be pushed and amplified towards the people you want to fund your project. So it's all about passion, detail, and essentially just care, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, a clap. He swam, right? He swam. Okay, all right.
The luxury of also passing it on, or
He's raised his hand. Let's also understand that as you prepare a pitch, you have to have an objective. Why are you doing a pitch? Why are you presenting your business? So if it's for a non-profit, what is the reason as to why you would be doing a pitch? And that will lead us to answer the question, when you're talking about revenues, what is the reason as to why the non-for-profit is doing the pitch? So as you talk about revenues, what sort of funds have you received up to date, and how have you utilized these funds for the benefit of the projects that you've been running? So.
Okay, actually I wanted to add on the non-profit fundraising aspect, and especially right now that, there's a lot of sustainable kind of funding opportunities. So nowadays organizations are not funded because you just need the money, but then you find that organizations are funded because they also see output, okay? So you find that most of the non-profit organizations actually are managing profit-generating kind of initiative. And so you'll find an organization that's probably been funded to do maybe agribusiness, and they have to make sure that this is sustainable business model. So the whole thing, what you're asking about is, I think, and because I do also fundraising for some of my programs and also events, I think just as the way you've pitched the normal business is actually the same way that they want you to pitch for this nonprofit. Because even if it's nonprofit, they want to, at the end of the day, they want to see the impact aspect. And what is this, the impact aspect, what will it translate to? How many households, for example, you would have actually impacted? So it's the same as the entrepreneurship. They want to see the market that you're proposing. I'm going to, this is my market projection and all that. At the end of the day, the end goal is probably how many people have we been able to impact. They were not putting food on their table, but now they are putting food on their table. Or they were actually criminals, but now they're not criminals anymore because they have alternative kind of maybe source of revenue or something like that. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Hi, I'm Sumaya. I'll keep it brief because I agree with both the points, so I will not repeat what they already said. I will just add on to what they say. When you're an NGO and you're looking for fundraising, for sure, he said you do the same pitch. But I think in the section for revenue, you really look at the sustainability and you divide it into certain areas. There's something known as financial sustainability, where you have to justify and make sure that there's beyond the donor, or of course the target audience that he mentioned. So when you're talking to the donor and hoping to get funding, I think you have to justify that there's beyond sustainability beyond the end of the project lifecycle or the program life cycle. So are you able to sustain this project or this impact or initiative beyond the funding, when the funding comes to an end? Are you able to financially continue? So is it self-sustainable? Is it able to continue without donor funding or venture funding? Also, you have to be able to justify or show that you have trained the expertise of the so-called people you're impacting. Are they able to stand on their feet with skills, resources, knowledge, capability? You have to be able to make sure that they have graduated from being dependent and a bit more independent if you're working with human beings and community. And the final one is ownership. That comes around with that. So if somebody doesn't own their own destiny and they don't feel like they own their own future, and then there's always that dependency that continues with NGOs. So if you're able to galvanize away from that, then you'll be successful in justifying sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. So right, thank you so much. And as we conclude today's session, because the MC has whispered that I sit between you and your lunch, so let me make it a bit brief. Let us tell a story. Let us tell a story. Let us tell a story with the alphabet. So Nana, how we are going to do this is we are going to start with the letter A until where we conclude. And I'll start off by saying, Anita went to Mombasa. So the next person who will pick the mic will start with the letter B and continue with the story. Let's see how conversant we are with the grammar. So let me start. Anita went to Mombasa.
So, Vanessa's in Nairobi.
Let me start again. Anita went to Mombasa. Anita went to Mombasa. No rigging.
down by the river, she decided to go swimming.
That story has taken a turn, eh?
Inquired from her colleague about the meeting.
Where?
Inquired from her colleague.
Okay.
Focused she was.
Where?
The guy.
No.
Anyone, G?
George was her host.
Ah, okay.
However, George was not in Mombasa.
Instantly, she had an idea.
Okay.
Just at the moment, they decided to leave.
Killing it was not actually not an option.
That story has taken a turn.
L.
Lol.
Little did she know that the meeting had been postponed. M.
Let us Mercy. Mercy, tell us them.
Mercy decided to call her.
Thank you. An interesting story. Clap for yourselves. So the art of storytelling helps your business define your brand, define your personality. Giving a pitch will help you achieve a number of objectives in the entrepreneurship space. So as I conclude, and I'll conclude by saying what I started with, that when acute preparation is met by an opportunity, it is inevitable to succeed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name was George, for those who don't remember, and I was happy that you listened. Sasa mnaweza nipigia makofi.
Thank you very much, George. I want us to give him a proper appreciation. And what we're going to do, those who are Kenyans, and you remember Moi's era, makofi ya nyayo. We will clap with our hands, and then we'll clap with our feet. And then stamp the table. Don't make too much noise. Let's go. Your hands, your feet, the table. Tufunge. Fungue. Tufunge tena. Do you see? You need to come back, eh? Concentration. Man. That was amazing, wasn't it? What archetypes are you? Creator? Everyman? The Juster? Oh, wow. You swam, though. 2 days, you swam even if you're the Juster. Back there, what archetypes are you? Shout it. We come after lunch. These tables need to be filled by bank benchers so they can start talking. The wizards. Okay. I like that you're not one dominant archetype. There's a primary one, and then there's a secondary one, and then there's a tertiary one. Sometimes you see yourself showing up everywhere. I liked a question I was on that slide, that if you are I don't know what you are, a hero. You can't work with a hero because mutagongana too. You just bump heads. So let's watch out for that. But that was amazing, George. Thank you so much. You've seen when you come to branding, who is our plug? Who is our plug? Hey. ASEC, Mercy. Mercy Carlo. We need to plan a branding session with George for this community. Yes, Jebe? Yeah? Yes. Because we need to actually work on this. So, George, thank you very much. That was amazing. The time has come for us to really go eat. I know we are feeding you. We want you to live here fed, both spiritually, intellectually, and physically. Right? And when I say spiritually, it's because we are moving in the same direction. I'm not preaching, but I'm saying that we are in the same wavelength. Does that make sense? Yes. So that when you leave, we are giving you all these tools so that as you go for Zayad, you know what to say. It's not just a prize, but you know what to say, how to say it, so that we bring this prize home. Is that true? We bring this prize home. So before you go for lunch, be sure to pick your meal card or meal coupon at the registration desk. You will be required to wear a mask at the serving areas, so get your mask on. Did I forget anything? I don't think I did. So it's lunchtime. Again, as usual, network. We'll come back here and you'll tell me who you won. You never know if you're the one who's called upon. Please do not leave. After lunch, we'll come. Our sisters from Zambia will take us through what the prizes look like and how to get there. We'll talk more about the success stories, as you can see on the program, and then we'll be done. So we won't be here for too long, maybe an hour more, and then it will be done. So have your lunch, come back, network, get to meet incredible businesses. I believe this room is safe, but if you can, keep things in your bag, don't attempt a thief, Don't tempt a thief. If you can put them in your bag, put them in your bag, and you can leave them here, we'll close the door. Thank you very much. Lunch is served. I'll just do this small introduction, then ask her to come. She can talk about the school and then she can. So tell her that. Yeah. No. Let's talk about the price. Yeah.
And I being hard the people.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you to the afternoon session. I know you have fed. I can tell you're stretching, your uko on your seats, just slouching over. So I'd like us to stand to our feet so we do a bit of exercise of why we're here. Kindly rise to your feet. Again, if you see a seat in front of you, this table is empty, this one is empty, take the opportunity to come forward.
Hi. So last time I left you on a high. So for this activity, I want you to get some space. Get some space, get some space, get some space. I want you to be able to take a step forward, to be able to take a step back, to be able to take a step on your side, right side, and your left side. Do you have that space? Okay. Everyone has that space, right? So back to your attention and keenness. This time round, now that you're from lunch, let's do something that involves food, okay? No bending, don't worry. Okay, so something that touches on food. So after you eat, you have dessert, isn't it? Because we are healthy people, okay? We believe we are healthy people. We'll use fruits, for example. So this is it. So a fruit will represent a move. Are we okay? So I'll tell you, when I say oranges, I want you to take a step forward. Is that okay? So, oranges. Okay, good. Now, back to where you are. When I tell you mangoes, I want you to take a step back. So what do we have? Oranges, mangoes, back. All right. Now, to the left, you'll be having an apple. So an apple. And because we don't want to mix you that much, we'll use a pineapple for the right side. Is that okay? All right. So orange, banana. Do as I say, not as I do. Is that okay? All right. So oranges, mango, pineapple. People are hitting each other somewhere here. Then apple. Okay. Back to the original spot. So oranges, pears. Okay. Mangoes. All right, back to the original spot. Last time. Okay, so let's go. Pineapple. Okay, back to the original spot. I'll introduce something else. Let's do pudding. So a pudding involves everything. Is that okay? So, oranges, mango, pineapple, apple, pudding. So let's go pudding. Okay, I think that's enough, isn't it? All right, thank you.
Let's give him a better round of applause. You know that game sounds like Chama, Macha Baba, or Nyama Nyama Nyama. For those who are not Kenyan, we have a childhood game where we we sort of jump to the animals you eat. So Nyama Nyama is animals. Kuku, chicken, you jump because you eat it. Snake, if you don't eat snake, you are out of the game. That's basically what we just did. So thank you very much. Now, in the next session in this afternoon, we're going to hear more about Zaid Sustainability Prize, what the application process is like, and the next steps. And then we're going to hear from our local prize awardee in the previous and what that experience has been. Then you're going to ask the last final set of questions that you may have, and you'll be able to answer that, and then we're going to call it a day. Are you good for that? All right, help me invite Nana as she comes to take us through the application process. Let's give her a round of applause. Oh, sorry.
I'm Dinah and I'm from Djembe Consultants. I have a lot of people who have said I look Nigerian, but I'm Ghanaian, please. I'm Ghanaian. So we'll just go through a few slides. So, how to apply? The application is mainly online. You have to visit the website www.zayedsustainabilityprize.com. So when you go to the website, this is what you see. This is what you see. So there's an apply button up there. So when you click apply now, it takes you to a page where you insert your personal details, and then you're able to open an account. So when you open the account, you're able to download, okay, you see your application. The form is, we have a lot of questions. It's very, you have to be very, very detailed with the form, with filling the form. So submissions are open until the 6th of July, 5 p.m. East African time. That's when we close submissions. So if you want to apply, you have to start applying now. You don't have to do it at a sitting. You can actually save and then go and come back to it. Once you have your account open, you're good to go. Are we clear? Okay, so now I'll talk about the evaluation process. So we have 3 main stages. So the first stage, we would have a reputable international research firm who would actually go through all the submissions and then select those who meet the criteria. So the 3 main criteria are impact, innovation, and inspiration. I said this before in my previous submission, but I'll say it again. Impact, innovation, and inspiration. The application form is actually grouped in these 3 forms, so that's what we are looking for. So once you meet the 3 criteria, you're good to go for the next one. So when I say impact, I'm looking at how are you affecting your community? How is your solution affecting the people around you? Inspiration, we are looking at how you're encouraging others in your space to also follow your footsteps. And then with innovation, we are looking at how new the solution you have, how new is it? And then if it's a transformation of an existing solution, are we okay? Then, so once you go through the first stage, we have a selection committee. So they sit down and then they give us a shortlist of the finalists. Then we go to the third stage where we have the jury. So in Ghana, we say the big people or the people with the power to select winners. After that, the winners are announced at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week in Dubai in January 2020. Okay, so this is the annual award cycle. So submissions open way back in March. We are closing submissions on the 6th of July. After that, we'll have due diligence in August. The selection committee will sit down in September, and the jury will also sit down in October. Then we have the award ceremony in January 2023. But mind you, when you become a finalist, you wouldn't know if you won or not. But you receive an email saying that, oh, you've qualified, this and this and this and that, and then we meet you in Dubai. So you wouldn't know until the ceremony happens. That's when the winners are announced. Are we okay? So that's it for the application process. I just want to find out if you have any questions. I can answer them now. Pardon me? No, it's our own presentation. You want to have it? I'll see what we can do. But when you go to the website, there's a fact sheet, so frequently asked question sheet. So any issue that you have, be it pertaining to languages. Okay, let me just try and remember some questions that you may have. So be it languages, you're only allowed to apply in English. No local language, no French, no Swahili. Mainly English. Thinking of another one. Okay, so you're allowed to attach a few documents, depending on the size as well. But when you go through the application, you'll be able to see, oh, you're allowed to attach your registration documents here. But it should be of a particular size. It's all indicated in the application process. So please read properly. It will guide you as to the correct things you're supposed to put in there. And let me see if I can remember some questions. Nobody has questions. Okay. Can I have a mic go around, please?
Thank you, Dinah, for that brilliant presentation. Just one
Thank
question.
you.
Are you offering this to the startups that are incubation or accelerated, or do you normally don't discriminate?
Okay, so we do not discriminate, but we don't want pilot ideas. We don't want startups that are in the piloting stage. So as I said before, if you are 1 year and above and you're able to tell us the impact you are making, you qualify for the prize. Next question. I saw a few hands up. Any questions? Oh, I've said everything. Okay, so let me give you a tip. Okay, we have a question.
Yes, good afternoon once again. My name is Chanasa Yogi. Madam, I don't know if I can ask a question or give an opinion.
Yeah, feel free.
Because I've applied twice, or we have applied twice, but we have never even been shortlisted. Now, maybe it is simply because of the fact that you need those ones who have won the market already. But however, my question now is this. How will you get to go to the market if you don't get funded for the proof of concept, for the proof of the concept? Because now, being it something innovative or new ideas, you must do enough research, and then you make a product to go to the market. Now, you see Kenya and even or the whole of Africa, we are terrible. The much we have just for the stomach and the clothing. We don't have much to do the research. Now, I think maybe I can put a request that in the future, please, you set aside some kit to provide for the proof of concept, such that we will do enough research, and then we will be able now to produce a product which will fit the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll convey this feedback to Zayed and let them know. See how we can move forward with this. Okay, any more questions?
Do you have any tips for people who are applying?
Yes, I was just getting to that. So, just as George said in his presentation earlier, you need to understand your problem. You need to understand your solution, because that's how you link them. And in the application, there's a part where you're supposed to talk about the problem. Please be very detailed as much as possible. If you have the numbers, if you have your impacts, financial information, everything as much as possible, please put them there, because as I said before, like in the morning, nobody's going to call you to find out, oh, you said this, and then we are trying to understand what it is. What you put there is what they are going to look at. Nobody's going to call you. And so there's a part for a video. This video is supposed to be uploaded to YouTube or Vimeo. So talking about the video, Okay. So in the video, we are looking forward to seeing the impact. And with the impact, we don't want too much of you talking, you the innovator talking. What we'd like to see is your who you are impacting. They should tell your story. Do you get what I'm saying? Am I related with you? When they tell your story, it sounds better. When we watch the Weekend Solar or in the Sanko video, the lady who lost her child because of nutrition, you could feel that she wasn't about to cry. You could feel that, you could feel the pain. And I mean, they could relate to it that, oh, this is what you're doing, this is amazing. So when you're telling your story with a video, make sure that you tackle, not preach to their emotions, but tackle the problem. Let us also see the solution. Are we okay? Okay.
Good afternoon. So my question is pertains to like the size of the project. Essentially here we have very different diverse groups, and people may have projects that pertain to a certain community with a plan for the project to always stay that size. So is there like a preference to either projects that have a little bit more of a global scale, like that may grow into a global scale, or projects that, you know, stay small?
So as part of the application process or the submission form, there's a part where you're asked, what do you want to do with the $600,000 that you would get? So there and then again, $600,000, I don't think anybody would want to stay in Kenya. Like if my solution is here, I'm sure you want to go across border or across the borders. So yes, I would advise that you think big, dream big. Are we good? Did I answer your question, Wesley? Okay, great. Any more questions? Any more questions? I'm going to my seat. I'm walking. Oh, I mean, okay, so I think we can go to the next one. If there's any question, I can answer more questions after. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause. All right. Now, we had from a startup that was an awardee before, and now we're going to be hearing from a global high school that has been awarded this prize in the previous past. So allow me to invite Will Kister. Will Kister is an alumni of Starehe Girls. All of us are familiar with Starehe? Yeah? What do we know Starehe for? Kenyans, what do we know Starehe for? Shorts. Oh, like clothes. Hey, my mind went somewhere else, man. As a boys only, and eventually they were able to open a center for girls as well. And today we are joined by Will Kister, who is an alumni, and I'd like to invite her here to come and tell us about her experience and what she wants. And also with her is Jane, who is the director for the center. And before Will Kister comes, Jane would like to take us through what they do today. So put your hands together and help me welcome Jane.
Speaking to this.
I think you can just talk about what the school and then after you're done, you can invite
Our organizers and all the participants today, good afternoon. My name is Sister Jane Soita. I'm the current director for Starehe Girls Center. And as she has introduced us, yes, we are a sister school to the boys' school. We don't wear shorts, we actually wear skirts. And so it is a pleasure to be here, especially with the Sayed team, because we are a big beneficiary of that project. Starehe Girls Center is a charitable organization, as we can read from the screen. This is a center that started in 2005. We only started with 72 girls. Currently, we are very, very happy because we actually have 760 girls at the center. And it all being a charitable institution, we rely on people of goodwill, we rely on fundraising, we rely on reaching out so that we can get that resources, the finances, the infrastructure, and everything to keep these girls at the center. And I'm sure if you went to our website, you can read a little bit more on how we take the girls in and what our needs are. I'm sure all that you can get it from there. But as it is, we are based near Kiambu, but we are in Nairobi County. And our vision is to form a Starehe fraternity that serve, lead, and transform society. And that's our impact. We bring up these girls from all the 47 counties. They are needy, they are orphaned, they are from all that background, that if it wasn't for Starehe Girls Center, these girls actually will not maybe go beyond the secondary schools. They may be dropouts and all that, but because of Starehe Girls Center, they are able to be given good quality education in a national school and be able to compete with others. Our mission also is to provide care. These girls come from backgrounds whereby maybe they are the caregivers of their family because maybe they're orphaned. So when they come to us, we now give them the care that they need and the education so that they can continue and be inspired and compete in the world that we live in today. So I stand here as the director. I've been with the center for the last 17 years. That's the time we have been, but I've only been the director for the last 6 years. But I've seen the center grow. And when we applied and we won the award, we celebrated because it has helped us. And the fruits of the center is one of the alumni who will be talking about what is the impact and all about what the center has done for us. I'm not sure I'll get another opportunity, but just from what I learned this morning, my marketplace of where I get what I need for the center is all of you seated here today. You can adopt a girl for 1 year, for 1 term, for 4 years, mentor her, pay her fee, and let her be somebody in the society that you can live and see in the future and be happy of. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We are told to give honor where it's due, and so let me honor Jane. She's a seasoned teacher with over 25 years of experience in the teaching profession. She's in charge of daily administration, management, and resource mobilization at Starehe Girls, and over 100 staff to provide a high-quality, multidisciplinary education to Kenyan girls. She holds a bachelor's degree in education from Catholic University of Eastern Africa in Kenya, and currently a part-time student pursuing a master's degree in education administration and planning from University of Nairobi. She's a very proud former student of Wilkista Akinyi, and who has continued to volunteer her time to mentor girls at the center and encourage them to pursue STEM-related courses. And that is Jean. And as you can see, she has a vast career of teaching, and she's taken with her the students that she's been able to raise. And at Starehe, she's been supporting students who go through STEM programs. I believe we all know what STEM is. What is STEM? Okay. And one of those students is Wilkista Akinyi, who is an alumna of Starehe Girls Center. She was a coordinator of the 2017 award-winning Zayad Future Energy Prize project by the school. Over the years, she has continued to volunteer her time to provide energy advisory to SGC, Starehe Girls Center, on needs basis and mentorship to students with interest in STEM. Professionally, she's a renewable energy specialist with over 7 years experience in energy supply, advisory, advocacy for green and inclusive energy policies. Her interests are largely in renewable energy technologies, power optimization in electricity markets, energy efficiency, predictive modeling, and more recently, Power-to-X technologies. She holds a Master's of Energy honors from the University of Auckland and Bachelor of Science in Meteorology honors degree from the University of Nairobi. Wilkista is a member of the Association of Energy Professionals in Eastern Africa and serves on the advisory board of Drop Access, a youth-led social enterprise revolutionizing energy access in Africa, one innovative solution at a time. Did you hear how power that is? Very powerful, right? So donate. Donate. Adapter girl. Give it up together. Put your hands together. Help me welcome Will Kester.
Thank you, Grace, for the honors. Good evening or afternoon, everyone. So once again, much appreciation to ZSP for this opportunity to be here today. As you have heard, my name is Wilkista Kinyi. So very quickly, I would want to take us through what it was like for us winning the prize, and of course also what are some of the challenges. It's never a bed of roses. And of course also to encourage those of us who want to apply, that it is possible. I mean, this is high school category. It could be different, but the process would be the same. I think some of the questions that you have to answer and the grilling you have to face is almost the same. So hopefully by the end of the day, we can see the prize come back to Kenya again next year. So first of all, in case you're wondering, especially for our friend at the back who said he's been applying for this for the last 3 years and he didn't even get to the shortlisting stage, I had a chance to sit with him over lunch hour, and one of the things that we are talking about is you have to start somewhere, because what ZSP does is they're trying to look at the impact of what you're doing. So for us as Starehe Girls at the time of applying in 2016, we had a few sustainability projects which demonstrated our willingness or commitment to want to scale up what we are doing, and in our case to want to be able to achieve our vision with it. So these are some of the projects that we had ongoing at the school. Some of them are still running as well. For example, Starehe Girls is situated in about 55 acres piece of land, and of that, I think it's only 20% that we actually use for the center and the school. The rest of it is a forest cover, so we work very hard to be able to maintain that forest. And then, of course, we also have daily environmental management at the school. I happen to serve as the school environment captain at the time. And also we have a few agribusiness activities that are happening at the school because of sustainability. We want to be able to meet our own food supply. So we produce some of the basic needs. I think the extras, we sell them locally to be able to generate income for ourselves. We also had a biogas plant at the time. Unfortunately, we don't have it running anymore. We also do a bit of irrigation with a dam at the center. And we also have a borehole to just supplement some of the water that we need. So, all that contributed to why Zaid thought we would be a good fit for the prize. Of course, we also built our statement in terms of what you are totally pitching your own story. What is the problem? What solution are you trying to solve with it? What could be the market in the context of a school and things like that? So when we started the project, we had about 2 weeks to the deadline. So we were a bit on a time crunch because for the global high schools category, you actually have to work with students. So we had to put together a project team comprising of 10 students and 2 teachers. And we also had to get a bit of technical support from outside. I mean, we needed engineers to design the kind of solution that we need, and to also work the students in understanding what the concept says vis-a-vis what you can actually implement in practice. We had to do an energy needs assessment of the school, so do an audit to understand what our energy demand looks like, what our pattern looks like. Are there behaviors that we can change amongst the students themselves to be able to cut down on the electricity costs and things like that? And so having all that in mind, we decided to come up with a project that would basically have 3 stages, but we implemented it in terms of 5 main activities. So the first activity, we wanted to do now a professional energy audit, because what we did before the award was with students, basically just to get like a top view of what our energy demand looks like as a center and as a school. But then now we brought in the professionals to do the actual data logging and to understand what the pattern looks like. And then from that, we came up with an energy management plan, which I'll be explaining what it was able to achieve as a result of that. And then on the second phase, which was really important for us as a school, we had quite some heavy electricity bills. As the director mentioned, the school expanded from 72 girls, and then it was at 400 and something, and then it's now at 760. So the electricity bills were really, really rocketing. And if you are a school that is charitable, you cannot afford to have a huge electricity bill per month. So we needed to have a system that can help us reduce our electricity bills, if not fully compensate for it. So we decided to design an embedded solar photovoltaic system, which of course was grid tie, so we didn't have the battery component, and that is because of the cost factor that comes with the battery system. And then thirdly, we decided to install street lights in the school. As I mentioned, we have a huge chunk of forest, so we also need to be secure, have security. So we thought about security around the school compound, and why it was important to have street lights that could run throughout the night. And then lastly, we thought about our school kitchen. It needs hot water. We didn't want to spend so much energy, again, boiling water. So we decided to also use part of that project to come up with a 1,800-liter solar water heating system for the school. And then last but not least, and of course very important to us, which is where the innovation came in, was how do we continue this beyond the infrastructure projects. So we came up with the Cool Green campaign, which basically was how Starehe takes this information to other schools, mentors other schools, to also look within and change their behavior patterns in terms of electricity consumption and also in terms of energy projects that they can do. So basically just creating awareness within our community and the surrounding schools. So in terms of achievements, looking back 2017 to today, 2022, we have been able to make some progress with the projects, and we're very proud of it. The first, which was our biggest motivator for why we wanted the prize, which is to reduce our electricity costs. I can proudly say that we have accumulated a cost saving of about 46,517 euros just from the photovoltaic system, because it has a smart monitoring system. So we are able to monitor how much of savings we are making vis-a-vis if we were to buy that cost from Kenya Power. And with that money, we have been able to indirectly support about 40 needy girls. In our projects, we wanted to save so that we can support at least 10 needy girls every year. So 4 years later, I can again proudly say we have been able to achieve that. And in terms of CO2 emissions, we've been able to reduce about 70 tons, or avoided that as a result of using the solar PV to compensate for some of the power that we need. And then overall, most students have been inspired to do STEM, but specifically in sustainable energy at tertiary level, we have about 20 students. I being one of the students who also pursued a STEM-related course, specifically in renewable energy. And then something else that was a bit interesting for us, because I mentioned we did an energy audit and came up with an energy management plan. And one of the things that the energy management plan recommended was that we needed to shift from CFL tubes to LED lamps. And of course, sometimes the cost of shifting is very expensive, but as a school, we had to make that decision because we needed to reduce on electricity costs. And because of the plan that we had, we were able to then pitch the idea of operations to a financier who managed to help the school be able to secure fundings to retrofit. So currently, the school is fully powered by LED lamps, which helps us reduce our electricity cost by about 30%. And then part of the Cool Green campaign, we came up with a very interesting plug, which you can see to my right, or to your right, where basically if you walk into the school, the first thing that you will find is the car park. So ideally, even for people who are walking or driving, you will not fail to see that screen there. So basically, you can take yourself there, learn if you need to be helped. We have our teachers on ground who take you through the various solar solutions that you can have, because it doesn't always have to come down to solar for lighting. There are many other solutions. So we have tried to make that learning experience for students when they're coming for symposiums and things like that. And we also have a demo water pumping, again for educational purposes, both for the school and the community as part of the Cool Green campaign as well. I think that's it for us in terms of the achievements that we've had. And like I mentioned earlier, it has not been a bed of roses. So we had our own challenges as a school implementing these projects. The first being that the proposal was not the reality. When we were doing this proposal, we had 10 students who were very excited and 2 teachers who were very excited, but we didn't realize that when you now come to buying the equipment, the prices might change, or the structure that was drawn for you by the structural engineer is not exactly what they are going to implement at the end of the day. And for a school, because you are limited to the 10 million shillings, unless you have external funding, then you really have to work within the budget that you have. So that was one of the biggest challenges we had, not compromising on quality, but at the same time delivering as per what we had proposed. And then, of course, there was the difficulty of organizing the Cool Green campaigns with the schools, and we had to rethink the plan in terms of how we do it. It was not as we had envisioned it would happen during the proposal stage. And the other major challenge we've had, like any other project, is always on operation and maintenance, where there are things that we didn't factor in. For example, who is going to be cleaning the solar system, but we now have to clean it for us to get maximum efficiency out of it. Who is going to manage the repair costs for things that break, because technology will always break down, so who takes care of that cost? And also things like internet and monitoring. Those are some of the things that we've had to deal with as we move along. Some of them we've been managed to absorb ourselves, but some of them, they've also gotten us thinking in terms of how can we mentor other schools to do things different from how we did it. And then for lessons or advice that you would give particularly to people who want to apply for the future, I think the first one for me, and I always say this, is that winning the prize is always the easier part of the job, because once you win the award, the real work comes when you're now implementing the projects. I think, I don't know, but maybe it will be different for companies, and for us it was a school, but I can tell you that was the harder part of it, having to do everything. COVID happened 2 years, but you still have this project that somehow you need to do, and you need to report about it. So really, as much as you're putting effort also in the proposal, also put effort in what happens if you win this prize. How do you make that a reality? And then the second one is expectations will always be different. For us as a school, everyone was very excited when we won, and people thought all of a sudden we are not going to have any more electricity bills because Zaid prize has come and solar is up on the roof. We can see it on top of our car park. Now, why are we still having electricity bills? So trying to convince people also, because the school was also growing over the years, every year we've been having an additional class coming in. So if you designed a system to cater for 400 people, but now you have 760, unless you have a magic that you can share with us, there is no way a system designed for 400 people will cater for 700. So it took a bit of learning and trying to educate people that yes, projects will always happen, but you also have to open your mind to room for expansion, but not that the system will fully cater for your needs. And then the other thing is behavior change, and I think this one generally cuts across even in our community. There's always a challenge in terms of changing the mindsets of people around conservation. In our case, we had to struggle with things even like internet. For example, if you have a system, if you need to monitor it, then you need to have internet running. But then somebody else wants to use the same port to charge their phone. So that means for the time that they are charging their phone, you cannot see what is happening to your system. So there are things that we really had to learn how to deal with. And last but not least also is project ownership. And I think this was mentioned in the morning by a lady who is not here right now when we were talking about, for example, for non-profit organizations, how do you pitch your projects? And she mentioned something about project ownership. I think it's been a bit of a lesson for us that if you don't manage to make people buy into your project, then you will end up with a project who, after the period of implementation, like in this case, we had 10 students and 2 teachers. One teacher has transferred to somewhere else. The 10 students, of course, already graduated and went to university or college or wherever it is that they may be. So how do you make sure that your project lives on even when you're not there? And figuring that out has been part of the lessons that we have learned along the project. I think that's it from us. Unless there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much, Ilkista and Jane, for the beautiful, beautiful story. I love that this specific school was able to solve their own needs, but also change the needs of the people around them. They were able to use our prize to go beyond themselves, not only solve the energy issue for themselves, but also educate 40 more girls and bring them into that. And that's when we talk about initiatives for good, for the people and the planet. Any questions for them? Clarifications, feedback, congratulations, comments? No. Yes, there's one there.
In regards to the solar panels, have you had any issues with maintenance? Can you share about how you solved those?
Yes, I think I mentioned operation and maintenance was one of the challenges we have dealt with, specifically for the solar panels. As I mentioned, what happened is the structure that we wanted was not what was implemented by the contractor. So they put a very elevated structure whereby it was not possible to have somebody do manual cleaning. So we needed to figure out how to do an auto-cleaning mechanism, for which we didn't have the finances. So as it is now, we still try to find somebody to go up the roof to clean, which is quite a health hazard, if you look at it that way, because they have to go, I mean, it's a very high, the height is too unfriendly for somebody to just climb up there and clean, but we try to clean it once in a while, not as frequent as we would want because of that limitation. Yeah, but in terms of the system itself, we have not had a major challenge with the system, although I can mention at the beginning, because we put a grid-side system, so the transformer that is nearby happened to also blow at the same time, and immediately people thought that it was the solar system that actually caused that. But when we brought the Kenya Power people on ground together with our own technical team, they actually realized that the transformer itself is what had the problem. It was not the solar system. But those are the main challenges that we've experienced so far. Yeah.
First of all, congratulations. I know it's no easy task, especially from high school, to come up with something as incredible as that. Personally, in high school, I don't think I would have thought that far, to helping the school, be sustainable in its own. But I think one question, and it will lead to my next other question or comment, was this project as a result of a student's idea? Was it because the school said that we're looking for an idea? Was it one of the teachers who said, we have this idea, who is available, we're going to submit it? Why I'm asking this particularly is because in Kenya we have a problem whereby, okay, from the Kenyans in the room, how many participated in Science Congress? If you remember Science Congress. Yeah, so why I'm asking is because we're trying to build a network, rather a movement, a STEM movement. And with that, we want to see how many students are actually looking to become the next innovators, the next entrepreneurs, to the people who will be coming here to ASEC to ask for funding or to submit to the ZSP for funding. So is it the students who came up with it, or was it, come, you two know how to speak, the three of you know how to build, come, let's, present this. And I think now from your answer, I can be able to ask one other question.
Yeah, thank you. That's an interesting question. I mean, I would say technically a student, because I happen to have been a student at the time, although not at the school, at university level. But in terms of putting the ideas together and the flow of it, we actually had to sit down with the students to gauge what it is that they wanted. So we spent a bit of time trying to figure out their ideas and then, of course, putting it together in a language that would make sense in a proposal perspective. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. So you're, just to get, I'm sorry for anyone who's feeling I'm asking a lot of questions, but so that means you're an alumna, that one, and you are in, you're in campus and you came back to school to sort of give back, and from that you had the idea of, this, and you worked with the students and the teachers to come up with the award. So now my other question comes in, because we are Kenyans. So that's 10 million Kenya shillings in our economy, with unga being 200 and something and eggs being 30 bob. So did you guys do a contract to agree that, when we get this money, it's going to the school for this cause? Or I think someone mentioned everyone, when they want to do a business, someone wants to put for themselves, your Foko, your Macho. So where I'm asking is, as I informed, I think everyone who was here before, I work with schools, and schools come up with innovations. We are lucky that our students can get free patenting for their projects, but the problem comes in that a teacher knows that I worked on this project. If it's them or it's the students, we don't know. Whatever they did in school, they won. But what happens when people want either money or recognition or something in return? So I just want to find out from your perspective on your participation before I can tell my schools that there's this, it's great, you can apply, so that if anyone comes back to me, I can just forward them to to DR, at least for them now to solve it, so that I don't put anyone in any compromising situation. Thanks.
Thanks. I think we also had that challenge, and Sister Soita is best placed to answer it.
Yeah, we did. We had the challenge. In fact, the challenge began way before when they went to Zayed for the announcement of the whatever the award. The teachers wanted hefty payments because they are going, but we said their ticket had been paid, everything, hotels had been paid. The program had taken care of everything. And this money that we were winning, it is a proposal, it is a project, it has a budget, and each line of the budget must be lived up to the end. So there was a big fight, but as Starehe we stand, integrity is one of our big things. We teach it to the student and to the staff. I can't sit here today and say I'm going to get a per diem from today, yet I've eaten lunch that has been paid by Sayed team. So it was a big fight, but we won it because we had to sit down with the teachers concerned, say your ticket came from here, your accommodation in Sayed was taken by whoever and whoever, and when they were doing the proposal, each line of it, that 10 million, each of it had its own item. So there was no way you are going to say, you are going to buy 80 solar panels, and then the 14 solar panels you are going to put in the pocket or actually take it somewhere. So we had to put it on the table. It was a continuous fight up to the last penny. So it's actually something, as you say, we Kenyans, but it can be done. Do it the tender way, the contractor, the everything, and everything is put on the table, because at the end of the day, even Sayed needs the reports. They need to follow each line how it has been done. So actually that saved us also, because it was not Starehe money where I can use 9 million or 8 million and 2 million I put it into my pocket. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question or comment? Okay. As we support entrepreneurs, one of our things that we've put in.
All right, so I just have one more thing to share with you. As the communications partner for Zayed, what we are doing at Djembe for this year's submission is when you're able to fill, okay, so you can download the application from offline and work offline. So you can send your application to us at zsp2023@djembeconsultants.com. So my team and I would actually go through your application and then vet it. We'll come back to you with comments and suggestions before you submit it before the deadline. So if you are here and you haven't started the process yet, I would suggest that you start as quickly as you can, and then you let us know. We'll go through the submission, and then we'll give you feedback so that you can actually send through a quality submission. So the email address is zsp2023@djembeconsultants.com. zsp2023@djembeconsultants.com. The Djembe is D for Dinah, J for Jack, E for egg, M for mommy, B for ball, and then E for egg. Should I spell it again? D for Dinah, J for Jack, E for egg, M for mommy, B for ball, and then E for egg. That's Djembe, djembeconsultants.com. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Djembe as in Djembe ya kulima. Weke D mwanzo. Mbele ya Djembe, weke D hapo. Inakuja Djembe. Okay, 2023 at Djembe Consultants. Iyo. I am sure ASEC who will be able to send all this information to everybody that's in the room. We will send it so that you have all the right information. You've been told to start now so that if you have any questions, they can review and come back to you. So take advantage of it. You have a week to go. It is due on July 6th. What I wanted to mention to this wonderful lady dealing with STEM, that I didn't catch her name and she's busy making noise, is probably what you can do before is we teach entrepreneurs on how to contract. So have these contractual agreements before. Yeah, make them clear in the terms before, so that when the money comes, hatukuji kujibizana. It's already been done, it's already in paper, you just follow through what you're supposed to do from the word go. Whether they're consultants, whatever it is, before, at the proposal stage, knowing very well you may never win, yes, but in the event you win, you have that framework in place of how you're going to deal with each other. When money is not there, when money comes, there's emotions. A lot of them. People will kill you. So prevent all that from having these candid, straightforward conversations. Do not leave room for assumptions. Have conversations and put it on paper. Ladies and gentlemen, how was your day today? Let's give it up for ASEC. Let's give it up for the Jembe team. So today you understand what Zaid's sustainability prize is. You even understand, not one, two, sustainability. When you came in the morning, all of us had different opinions of what the sustainability is. But I think we've been able to see that we are here to ensure that the organizations that we're working with, the interventions that we have, are not only here to serve ourselves, but are here to help us be sustainable in terms of economy, give us profits, be able to be good for the people, and be able to be good for the planet. We must be able to use the resources that we have today in a way that reduces as much wastage, but also in a way that allows the next generations to have enough resources for them to use. Are we together? And this is what we need. And I love the example, because the example is not just about themselves. They've been able to go beyond that, creating sustainability. All those girls in that STEM program will never forget. Imagine yourself in your shorts or in your dress if someone had told you about solar panels. Ungekuwa wapi leo? I went back to my high school last year and they are making robots. I said I'm from Orchard. Yeah, don't let the yellow skin lie to you. I'm from Orchard. And they are making robots. Like, you know, I'm like, who are you? What happened? They have an actual science lab where they are creating robots. Can you compare that child with yourself when you're in high school? No. The level of exposure that you've given that child, forever, their lives are changed. So let's support Starehe Girls Center. Nipatiwe pesa ya marketing. Madam Jen, you didn't tell us how much it is to support one girl, to adopt a girl.
It costs 90,000 Kenyan shilling to keep a girl in school for 1 year. And that means a girl will come to Starehe with just her backpack, not a mattress, not a blanket, not anything. Will just come as she is from that home in the village. If she decides we come with the slippers, na hiyo mfuko ya kubeba hiyo vitu ya kutoka kwa kiosk, that's how she comes. 90,000 will keep her in school for a year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At BLAB, we advocate for something called impact business models. And one of those impact business models is designed to give. You can decide that for the annual sales of a percentage of your annual sales or your annual incomes, you can give it to a charitable cause. I've given you the impact business model. Somebody else called it the sustainability impact business model. And you've seen where it's going. Tufunge yo kazi. Si tumefunga. 90,000 is money that we can afford. Sindio? Let's support these girls. Na hapo tusisahau boy child. Mtuambie vile tuwasaidia boys. I'm an advocate of men integration. Not just the girls, because we need all of us to move together, right? Yes. And I'm sure high schools that can do that also are welcome to the competition. What else was very exciting today? Haya. No big takeaway. Hey, mine was archetypes. I have known I am not a hero or I am a hero. I am a lover and then I'm not a lover. I'm a creator and then I'm not a creator. Niko tu hapo. But thank you so much, George. That was powerful. Thank you so much. We also saw Lady Sarah, and she told us how she started a solution with her husband, right? Yani 1985. Ulikuwa wapi? Where were you? And they were able to transform their lives. When you look at her, does she look that age? We must engage our brains, and keep learning from each other. regardless of how young we are or how old we are or whatever ethnic communities we come from or whatever economic class we are from, because surely there's something we can learn from each other. Yeah? What else was exciting? Food. Seafood was amazing. Hey, muniangalieni tu, we gave you breakfast, we gave you 10 o'clock tea, we gave you lunch. Thank you to these people for that. And we are really, really excited that you made the time to be here with us the whole day. Now we send you out with the power to go and apply and bring that prize home. Ama vipi? Ama vipi? So now I'll invite Zembe. You know, I keep going between Jembe and Zembe. Because of the D, Zembe, Jembe. And then I'll introduce Mercy, our ASEC CEO, who is here to just give us another vote of thanks, and then we call it end of day. Karibu Nana.
Thank you. I think Grace has done the thank yous, so it's just for me to add my voice to it. But we are very grateful. It's been an absolute pleasure meeting and interacting with you all. Obviously, this wouldn't have been possible without the support we got from ASEC. So a big thank you to Mercy and the team. You really made this seamless. We all know how stressful organizing an event can be, but you made it less stressful, and we're so grateful. Also to our speakers, to Sarah, to George, to Bilkista and Madam Jane, we are so grateful for that insightful contribution. And to you, our guest, this wouldn't have been possible without you. So thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us. We really appreciate this, and we hope to receive more applications from you. Let's make Kenya shine. Let's make Africa shine again. Thank you.
Hey, butter the bread. Good clap. Mercy, karibu sana. So all of us that have been asking me about ASEC, I want to, as Mercy comes, please, Carlo, put your hand up. There's Carlo. She's our member engagement person. That's a lady to talk to, okay? Karibu, Mercy.
Thank you so much. I think, Grace, you've really kept our energy up and, right? It's been a good, fluid session since morning, so maybe we can also appreciate her. So mine really is just to say a big thank you. It's really an honor to, I guess, be the last one to speak and just to kind of close everything up together. This conversation started, I think, 2 months ago or 3 months ago when, I think in May, right? I got an email, Mercy, we will have this program happening, how can you work together? And we've been trying back and forth to find a perfect time. So there I am, parked by the side of the road, there with Dina and Nana and Hanane. And we're like, hi, can you hear me? Oh, just wait, airplane is passing by. And, you know, but we still kept continuing discussing, right? And even seeing all of you here is really a testament of our small effort that really has borne fruit. But I'd like us to take back to the original person who had the idea and the initiative, and that was Sheikh Zayed. So Sheikh Zayed is actually the founding father of UAE, United Arab Emirates. And in 2008, I think the family decided to honor his legacy by starting the Zayed Sustainability Prize. I think before it was Zayed Future Prize. But then they realized for the world to actually grow and be there for the future generations, sustainability was a key thing that had to be embraced by businesses, right? And so since 2008, 14 years later, here we are, trying now to find Kenyan innovators in the water, health, food, energy, and even innovations within high schools. Can you imagine? And I think actually we have to create a cluster for, you know, enablers who are supporting young entrepreneurs in high schools and campus and etc. But that was an idea that was birthed back then. What are we learning from this? Each one of us has the power to change a generation. It might not happen immediately, but it does take time. I think we've heard from Dr. Gan here how many wonderful initiatives he's had. But if you hear his story, it hasn't been an easy one as well, right? And without this gathering, would have never had the wonderful work that you're doing and you're still doing, right? And so even as we close the session, go with the same theme, a light to change the world, which we all can. So allow me just to recognize a few of the people who have really helped to bring the session together. So I'd like to thank the Zaire team in absentia. Please pass our regards to them and tell them that the Kenya Roadshow has been successful. Has it not? Yeah. Then I'd also like to thank the Djembe team, Djembe. Yes. The D to the J, Mbe. Yeah. A DJ in the making, anyway. So please just stand. Yeah. Yeah. And Grace, you have to come and let's do the Karolili. There's a nice. Oh, you did? Okay. So we have a nice ASEC tradition thank you dance. Is it a dance or a clap or it's a clap? For now, it's a clap. So it's PG rated, so it's okay. Yeah. So let's appreciate Dina and Nana.
Okay. So it's a lightning clap that we did in the morning, but this time we'll call it Karuheni. Say after me, Karuheni. Karuheni. So I want us to give them 10 mighty Tohenis. Because if it was not for them, would we be having this opportunity? So that we send them as ambassadors to bring this prize back home. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Another one. Forceful one. Thunderous one. Please hurt your hands. Another one. Another one. Another one. The last one. Thank you very much.
You're not going anywhere. You'll be helping me give out the hennies. Oh, wow. Yeah. The other one that I'd also like to appreciate is the Media Hub. Yes, we can have one representative also who will represent Kelly. So these guys, it's also a young Media Hub group. They're all youth-driven, and they're very passionate about what they do, media communications. So, and because even without them, this event will not be streamed to other entrepreneurs in other different regions. Remember, one thing that we're trying to do is ensure that every entrepreneur in Kenya has the same access of information to ensure that it's common for all.
We will do 5 rohenis. Warm your hands, warm them up real good. Then balance the effort so that you don't hurt your hands. So warm them up really good. Let's go, Karoheni. Another one, another one, another one. The last one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the other one in absentia is Sarah. So yeah, Sarah really is the queen of networking. She has a youthful spirit, and she really believes in the young people. I think I was having lunch with her and someone, and she just kept saying, wow, the good things that the young people are doing. So I think we can also appreciate her virtually. Yes.
Let's go. Give her another very nice warm one. Let's go. Another one. Again. Again. The last one.
And then also our wonderful speakers. You know, Starehe, we always see Starehe, we just think choppy, you know. Huh? On their own level, we'll never get there if you don't go to Starehe. Oh, yes. The smartest of the smartest. Yes, creme de la creme. So please come in front. Sister Jane and Wilkista. We really appreciate you. You know why? Because, especially for Sister Jane, you really want to empower the young people despite their background. All of us come from different background settings. But because of your passion, that also helped you plug into a bigger mission of the Starehe Girls School. You were able to create that environment and even be an ambassador. We didn't even know we could actually give, right? We can actually adopt a girl in school. So for that, we appreciate you. Well, Kista, you're just a fire in itself, you know? Inspiring young girls, giving them hope and a future, especially with ICT. When it was International Women's Day, the theme was how do we ensure that every woman is able to come into the technical background. And I think you being a role model in itself is fantastic. So what can we give them?
We will give them a yao clap. We will clap with our hands, with our feet, and the table. This time, please, don't embarrass us. Be synchronized. Let's go with your hands. With your feet. The table. Hands. Feet. Table. Akaroheni, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The other one I want to recognize is George. Please come, George. And I want to combine this with two things. So ASEC is a membership association of innovation hubs. So the two people here you see in front, I need to report to them every month. These are my board members. Sorry. These are my board members. They hold me accountable, right? So without even their strong leadership and even their support, you see how smiling they are? I don't know why the same color code, eh? I should, let me something good is going on here, money, eh? But anyway, I really want to appreciate both of you for your support. And George, really, training them on the art of storytelling. You know, Africans are known for their stories. But we always tell the story of Nina kwa shop, I took this one, then I met a snake, and then I stepped, I kicked. You know, but we never know how to tell our story about our businesses. And thank you so much for being personal and just really connecting with us, because I know also it is a moment of vulnerability, especially for the season of mental health and how supporting young men to also find a way of speaking up. I think also you've played a very big role model. And so I'd like us to give him Karohini. Yeah.
Let's go, Karoheni. Another one, another one, another one, and the last one.
And now also I'd like to appreciate Grace, although, no, I'll appreciate you at the end. At the end. At the end. So the other one that I really want to appreciate also is my team. Can they stand, please? Maurice. Great. They always say, it is not me. You know, they always say everything as a leader, yeah? This is a free tip. Everything that goes wrong is whose fault? The leader. Everything that goes right is whose benefit or the congratulations? So really, if you're seeing me here, I'm actually just representing the team. There are 4 of them. So we have Simeon. Simeon is our finance manager. He has helped to pay the bills and find money where is needed. We also have Joanne, our newest kid on the block. She just joined recently, but she's really been fantastic. She manages the communications and social media, and also has been conversing with you guys. We have Modoni over there. Yes, she's wearing our true colors. Eh? Maybe I tried. So Modoni manages our member engagement. So in case you're an enabler, you're supporting entrepreneurs, please reach out to her. You join the ASEC membership. And for all the startups here, we will definitely link you to the relevant programs within our association. And then also we have Maurice. Maurice, wave to the people. Yes. This well-abled man, he manages a very big project that is working with over 300 entrepreneurs across Kenya and giving them access to grants from 2,500 euros and below. And so far, we've been able to distribute over 145,000 euros to these entrepreneurs by linking them with Kenyans living in the diaspora. So really, it's a good initiative, and I really appreciate my team because they're the ones who keep things moving. In the morning, I could not be here, but of course, you see things were still moving on well. Even as an entrepreneur, as you build your business, please build your team. It's important. Don't grow alone. It gets tiring along the way. So thank you so much. And then the other people I'd like to appreciate. Oh yeah, sorry, just stand. So since they're all in the back, we'll have to throw for them the claps. You know, like how you make chapati and then you want to. So that's what we're going to do. So let's throw for them 3 chapatis. Warm your hands. Warm your hands. You might have to turn a bit to the back. 1 chapati, 2 chapati, 3 chapati. Thank you so much, guys. All right. And the final team I'd like to thank, I think, is all of you. Each and every one of you for making time to be here. It's not easy to see someone sitting from morning all the way to evening, especially if you're an entrepreneur. I know you're counting that deal, that meeting, that email, that proposal you should have written down, but thank you so much for being here. I think it's important to take time to learn, to reflect, to refresh, and even to connect. I know the COVID wave is still going on and everything, so let us try and enjoy as much as we can the physical interactions that we can actually participate in. So I'd like to clap for all of ourselves, but I think this one we need a special one.
Okay, warm your hands. We're gonna clap for ourselves like this. So warm your hands. You need to feel it warm, right? Let's go. Thank you.
I love that. So I think I'm done. I think the final one is just the hotel. Sorry? Oh yes, the Nakuru Box team. Yes, please stand. The Nakuru Box team. So what we try to do as ASEC, we try to preach the gospel even as we are learning the gospel. And what we do is that we empower our members to actually deliver some of these key services. So when Zaid came along, we actually asked our membership who would be available to support ASEC in delivering this, and even training entrepreneurs. And so the Nakuru Box team, led by George, have actually been supportive. I know they're looking like they're 3, but I know you're 5, or 7, or 10. So they have also other consultants on their payroll. But yes, I really do appreciate you. You really have validated the importance of why entrepreneurs need to be part of programs. And I think one of your entrepreneurs also is here. Can he just raise his hand? Exactly. This guy, he only joined Nakuru Box with an idea. So far, he's raised how much investment? Maybe you can just give a brief. Come. Just come. For the ones who say there's no hope or things are too hard and the prices are soaring high, there is still hope. Just tell us a brief.
Thank you. Good evening. I would say it's afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Saif Waziri. I'm the managing director of C Organic Grocery Stores. So basically, I stepped into George's office still a student. I just had an idea. And I normally tell him if my business idea was to fail in his hands. But luckily, he accepted it. He told me it was scalable. He really guided me along the way in terms of mentorship. Practically, I believe mentorship is quite more important than money, because if you don't have the right mentorship, you'll just blow cash very fast. So I have managed to raise a total of 5 million. So 3.6 was a grant by the Kenyan government, if anyone knew about Mbelena Biz. Another one was for 1.6. It was a very structured loan, so the payment terms are very affordable. And another one, it's a program by KCB. So it's totaling to about 5 million. Yes.
We also have to support, we have to also appreciate him, how he has grown. How long did it take you to actually fundraise all that amount?
Okay, so the business idea, I started in 2019. I was in third year. I met George in 2020, January. So my first funding came in 2021. Yes, so it's actually, we've just crossed 1 year since we started business. Yes. Yes, I have graduated from Egerton. I was studying a bachelor's in entrepreneurship and small management of business. So actually that is the interest that prompted me into doing the organic food production. So I was really aggrieved by the rising cases of cancer and lifestyle diseases. So I felt like I need to address the root cause, and the root cause was food. So we are doing organic farming, and in terms of advising our clients or people of eating good, healthy products and stuff, as well as smart agricultural systems. We combine those things as well as nutrition. So that's basically what we're doing. Yes.
So can we give him a very good clap? Moja, mbili, tatu, fungua.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You didn't even tell us your name.
I did. My name is Saif Waziri. Yes, Waziri was my name.
Maybe in the future, we are looking at our future governor. Okay. Yeah, you set them up for success. But anyway, that is just a testament of how working or being part of an innovation hub or an accelerator or incubator really empowers you as an entrepreneur to grow. It gives you that community spirit that even when things get tough, you started in 2020. So imagine you walk in, big business plan, partnerships there, you've identified, and then COVID hits, and there's a lockdown, but he still was able to fundraise and look at where he is today. So there's still hope. So thank you so much, Nakuru Box team. Have we thanked them? Not yet. No. So what we give? Aya. Wacha tufanyie basi makofi ya nyayo. So let's give them 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Thank you so much. I think that's it, except for Grace. Grace, thank you. I think, to be honest, this was a perfect session for you. What Grace does at B-Lab East Africa, they have the B Corp certification. Have you told them about the B Corp certification? It's okay. Let me also market you. It's part of my JD. So the B Corp certification identifies companies that are leading in sustainable solutions. And it's not just about having a sustainable business model, but it goes back to your practices. Literally, how do you manage your resources? How do you engage your suppliers? How do you engage your customers? It's a whole 360. And I think there's a free B Corp. No, there's a SDG. There's a SDG tool, which they also created, which is also free. And I think also we'll add that to the list of resources to share with you. There's the B Corp, the B Impact Assessment tool. It's free. You can all take it, and actually helps you uncover the gaps within your company or organization to see how to help it become more sustainable, or even gives you recommendations. There's a report after, right? There's a report that you get to actually guide you on that. And just looking about the sustainability prize, I think there was someone here from real estate was asking, why are you not also considering real estate? But sustainability at the end of the day cuts across every sector. So Grace, thank you so much for being here and representing your organization. And I think also your testament about really working with the youth. She has a passion for the youth. If you go to YouTube, you'll find her talking about mental health. She's talking about mental health, she's talking about career, talking about SDGs, talk about impact, and also women in climate. There's a program that she's implementing for women in climate. So there's so many opportunities out there, and Grace, you just being here has been able to even share that to the same community. So for Grace, what should we give her? Who has an idea? Yes, Nana, come. So I'll have Nana help me with that one.
Okay, so I want to thank Grace in a local dialect in Ghana. That is Akan. So Grace Yadase. From all of us, thank you.
No, teach us also.
Okay, so if you want to say thank you is Medase. That is you, singular, Medase. But if it's all of us, Yedase. Thank you.
So shall we try? So Grace Medase. Okay, one more time. Grace Yedase. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Great. So I think what we'll try to do, can we do it here? We can do it here? So we'd just like to do a group photo with all of us. We'll do it over here. So I think we'll just give us like maybe 2-3 minutes to move the tables a bit behind. And then we can just do a group photo. And then there's some tea, coffee that was still laid out. Please come and take pictures. Interact with everyone. Try as much as you can. Just even give them your business card. They'll remember you. And yeah, over to you, Grace.
We're in the spirit of recycling. So we are going to be recycling our name tags. You can keep your name. And then the rest of it, there's a box out there. And you can put it in there so that we can use it next time when you're bringing you a wonderful, wonderful program. Thank you very much.
So we can start moving to the front.
Okay, bring the beat back. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, oh, 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 here we go. No, I won't settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't say. Listen, no, I can't hide it. I know you see. I really only want the best for me. No, I'm not tripping. I stand my ground to get all I want before I settle down. Yeah. You call me picky, say what you want. At least I'm saying everything up front. No time for guessing, no time for games. I'ma know it when I see it come my way. Till then I'm saying no, I won't settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't settle for less. No, I won't settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't settle for less. I want commitment and loyalty. I gotta know your love is only for me. Someone who listens, someone who cares. When I call them, I know that they'll be there. Yeah. Listen, whenever struggles come around.
All right, everyone, let's come to the front.
Hold me down through the sickness and in health. Wanna share this love between ourselves. Till then I'm saying no, I won't settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't settle
TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. Come on, guys. Come to the front.
Settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't settle for less.
Guys at the back, come on. Let's just do one group photo and then we can release you to network.
Good looks, yeah. Darling, I need more than just your words, yeah. Baby, I need something deeper, yes I do. That lets me know that she's for him and he's for her. Yeah, yeah. Saying no, I won't settle for less. And I don't want to say we ain't the best. No, I won't settle. Yeah, settle for less.
We are leaving no one behind. Simeon, Carlo, come on. Grab the partner next to you and come with them to the front.
No, I won't settle for less.
Come on, everyone. Joanne. Kuna wale ata squat kweli? Na mimi.
No matter what happens, baby girl, I'm gonna love you. Till time stands still, you know. Hey, yeah, oh, oh, yeah. Through the sun, through the rain, darling, I will be right there. Let them say what they have to say. Baby girl, I really don't care. Talk to her, say, all my love is here for you. You don't have to search very far. There is no one else like you. That's my reason why I will love you till time stands still. Time stands still. I will love you till time stands still. Time stands still. I will love you, baby girl. I always will. I will love you till time stands still.
So thank you, everyone. We can still continue taking more pictures. We'll send you the full album within a week. You can share on social media and tag us. Thank you so much.